has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now, here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
All right, hello. Good morning, everybody. Brock and Salk Show, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com, Seattle Sports app, all the podcast platforms, 97.3, HD2, and YouTube. I am here at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center this morning because we got the coach. How about that? Day 2 of celebrating the Seahawks Super Bowl win. Coach Macdonald will be with us this morning at 9:30. We'll warm up to that, though. Albert Breer going to join us at 6:30 this morning. A little early, but he's on the East Coast, so no big deal. And then Daniel Jeremiah at 8:30. Those two people in particular are important. There's a reason those two people are going to join us today. Partly because Bert's a friend of mine and DJ's a friend of Brock's. But don't get too caught up in that. You heard last week the difference between people that really follow the league, the whole league, and people that don't. And I'm not mad at the people that don't follow the whole league. It's not that easy, right? Tree topping, you're a national person. Maybe you're following not just the NFL, but also the rest of, sporting world in general. You got to give takes on the NBA and Major League Baseball. And it's hard. You can't go in depth into everything. You get paid to do something different. And oftentimes that's a lot more to do with entertaining than it is to do with analysis. But both those guys know who the Seahawks are. Both those guys watch games throughout the year. Both those guys have connections in and around the league that understood who the Seahawks were and why they were going to win the Super Bowl. So I don't mind people getting their predictions wrong. Predictions are dumb. I don't care who you picked against it. I don't care about that. But did you have any idea why? Did you have any idea why you were picking one team over the other? Had you paid attention to what was happening here in Seattle? And Bert does. And that's why you're going to join us at 6:30, and same with Daniel Jeremiah. And honestly, that's a big deal to me. So I'm excited. Plus, I love Bird. He cracks me up, and he's got a pretty good sense as to what's going on. He also had one of two really dumb things that I wanted to get to. It's not his dumb thing. It's the world's dumb thing. He's just reporting it. So I want to get to these two dumb things in just a sec, but I gotta first check in with our guy. Lyle's back. Didn't get to talk to him on Friday. Didn't get to talk to him on Monday. Our guy Lyle went to the Super Bowl, left Thursday night, came back just yesterday. Lyle, how was it?
Oh, it was great.
You were the only one. Yeah, take us inside.
What stories do you want? Do you want how I finessed my way into Media Row on Friday? Do you want all the trash talking I did with the Patriots and Niners fans that I saw in San Francisco? Do you want what else?
Let's start with the second one. What was the trash talk like?
Oh, all these Patriots fans were just yelling Malcolm Butler inside the stadium, and they were so confident that they were going to win, and it was like that way online all week. They were exactly who I always thought they were going to be. They were total frauds who had no business being in that game.
Right. Yeah, I mean, that part was very clear very early in that game. So what was the response? Like, how did you talk trash back?
They were yelling Malcolm Butler, and a bunch of them were in Tom Brady jerseys, and it basically got to the point where they're just yelling Malcolm Butler at a bunch of Seahawks fans, and I just start yelling back, Tom Brady doesn't love you, Tom Brady doesn't love you, Tom Brady doesn't love you.
Did they get upset about that?
Yeah, they just kept yelling Malcolm Butler, and then, I don't know, 2 drives into the game, all the Patriots fans that were sitting around us, that was kind of the end. I mean, we were telling them it's a bad day to be a Patriots fan. They said, not today, and then they had just about nothing to say after the first couple of drives.
I'm surprised they were that confident. It does sort of speak to that Felger thing of never watched them, no idea. No clue. Maybe I've seen a couple snaps on Red Zone. No idea who plays for this team. No idea what their defense is like. No idea how good it is. Well, that's kind of fun. All right, so there's some trash talk. What are you wearing for this thing? What did you wear for the Super? Not right now. What'd you wear for the Super Bowl?
The single most insane jersey you could ever wear to a Super Bowl.
You brought out your Noah Fant?
No, I don't have his jersey.
Whose do you have?
In a million guesses, you'd never get it.
Give me a hint.
Running back.
You brought out your CJ Pro-Size jersey?
Yes.
Come on.
Yes.
You did not.
I own one. I got one 10 years ago. I hadn't bought a jersey in, at that point, years and years and years. I loved him in the draft. I got his jersey, and now it's basically an antique. But I didn't have any time to go get a new jersey. So that's what I wore to the Super Bowl.
I would think when you throw that jersey in the wash, there's a decent chance it rips.
You would think, but I don't know. The jersey was pretty steady.
Wow.
Pretty sturdy.
Well, sturdier than him, I guess. What are you going to do? Wow. All right. So there you are in your CJ Pro size 27 jersey. What number was he?
22.
22. Your CJ Pro size 22 jersey, not to be mistaken for Rashid Shaheed. And you're yelling Tom Brady doesn't love you to Patriots fans.
And that was after a couple days of seeing a bunch of Niners fans that were yelling, what happened in the last Super Bowl? What happened in the last Super Bowl? And I said, win one that's not in the Stone Age. Like win one before the iPhone was invented.
What did you do after the Super Bowl, after it was over?
I mean, it was an unmitigated disaster getting out of that stadium. So not only is there absolutely nothing to do in Santa Clara around that stadium, but if you want to go celebrate, which we did, you had to get an Uber out of there. They had an Uber lot, which must have been 20,000 people trying to wait for Ubers. So we walked what must have been over a mile to just try to get away from that area and away from that hub and find an actual Uber, which a bunch of other fans started trying to do, and it took forever. But eventually we found one, and we went into this area in downtown San Jose where there were a bunch of Seahawks fans, and it was fun. And that was my worry. I said to myself, it's not like Seattle where you could just walk out onto Occidental and there will be a bunch of Seahawks fans there. Are you going to find a good place? And we ended up getting lucky finding a good place to go celebrate afterwards. Oh,
that's fun.
I almost forgot. While we're waiting to get our Uber, there's a ton of fans also waiting to try to do the same thing because a lot of people walked a long ways. I realize as we're walking our way to try to find a spot to call the Uber, we walk right by Blake Snell, who's sitting there waiting to get his own Uber.
Oh, my God.
And I was all still fired up after the game and after the Seahawks winning, and I see him, and I'm about to, yell, let's go, go Hawks. And at the last second, I'm like, I let the adrenaline come down, and I said to myself, don't call all this attention to him. So I just whispered. I said, you know what? I don't want to cause a big scene, but I stuck out my fist. I said, go Hawks, and he gave me a fist bump.
Oh, that's kind of awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, good for you. That was nice of you, by the way. If you had, turned it into a whole thing, he probably would have been pretty pissed.
Yeah, well, I realized at the last second, I was like, wait, don't do that.
That's cool. Yeah. But he's all incognito, just hanging out watching the Hawks.
So, yeah, it was pretty fun. It was great. It was a good
story.
It was a good weekend.
Well, good job, Lyle. That's awesome. That's fun. That sounds like a great time. And it did. I mean, it was not the it's not the epic Super Bowl that, some of the others have been down to the last second or any of that. But it was kind of never in doubt either, which was also fun. Just watching your team go out and whoop, which is exactly what they had done for so much of the year. And it had to be pretty fun shutting up the other side, who I'm sure was yapping the whole time. And I'm sure when Malcolm Butler was ringing that bell, that was a big moment for them. Unfortunately, it was kind of their last big moment of the day. For me, I said I had two sort of stupid things to talk about. One of them is this Patriots thing of doing the Warriors come out and play chant. Warriors come out and play. Right. So have they ever seen the Warriors? I know Lyle's never seen it.
Mike Vrabel made them watch it.
Who did?
Mike Vrabel had them watch it earlier in the season. That's
did
why
they realize that the person doing that is the bad guy who gets beat up and is embarrassed and is kind of a wuss? It's not a tough guy thing to do.
It's been a rapper thing for a while.
I know.
I think you're overthinking it.
Well, but to me, that one's sort of like the Milwaukee Bucks choosing Prey as their mascot. The Warriors guy, who's also the same guy that Arnold drops off the ledge or off the cliff in Commando, he's a bad guy, and but not a tough bad guy. He's the ultimate wuss. He's the guy who kills Cyrus at the beginning in a cheap way, blames it on the Warriors, and then spends the rest of the movie just kind of being a snake until eventually he gets caught. And then he gets beaten up or killed. He's not a character who's tough, and that's exactly what they get. And I saw Nick Eamon-Wari telling them to shut their mouth. I'm yeah, absolutely. Dumbest trash talk ever. It's dumber than yelling Malcolm Butler, Lyle. At least Malcolm Butler hurts the feelings of the other side, in theory, even though, the current team has nothing to do with it. Man, I saw how all week I was like, man, I don't know whether I would be playing that. That's he's got his little glass bottles he's clinking together, and then the riffs catch him, and he's toast.
Is it dumb? Oh.
What?
Is it dumber than we all we need? That's not their chant.
And that's the Seahawks chant.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, all of it is really dumb. Yeah, I ended up being bothered by kind of the whole thing. But whatever. It doesn't matter. It's all in the rear view now. Seahawks just absolutely kicked their tails from start to finish. What a fun thing to get to celebrate. We'll be doing it throughout the day. As I said, Albert Breer is going to join us in 20. The other dumb thing is from his Monday morning quarterback yesterday. And Moore brought this to my attention yesterday. I can't wait to ask Breer about it. Essentially, his story has a quote from Schneider saying that all these other teams, I think it was Tennessee, Atlanta, and maybe Washington. Now, is one other. I forget who the third team is.
No, Washington liked him. It was
Carolina.
Yeah.
Carolina, because it's Dan Morgan who used to work for John. And they were all like, oh, you're going to love Mike Macdonald. They'd already interviewed him. You're going to love this guy. You guys are going to fit so well together. We can't hire him because we're going offense, but you're really going to like him. Tell me that's not true. Tell me that's not true. NFL teams are so freaking stupid. Seriously. There are so many stupid owners and stupid people in the NFL. Oh, yeah, we're going offense. So even though he's the best candidate, we got to go offense. What? That can't be real. Yeah, this guy would be probably a better head coach than the guy we're going to hire. But, yeah, we just went defense, and now we got to go offense. Oh, my God. That is so preposterously stupid. That is like the height of stupidity. Let's hire our most important position, but only examine the wrong qualities on who we want to do this job. Oh, thank God the Seahawks won the Super Bowl. All right, we'll ask Breer about that coming up in 20 after everything you need to know next.
It's why we bake in the sun, out on the berm every summer at training camp. It's why we scream till it hurts. Come fall and winter.
Listen to the 12th man.
It's why we're 12s.
And the party begins. The Seahawks win Super Bowl 60.
Soak it in.
They lived up to the dark side today. It's going to go down in the history books.
We are the home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks. Seattle Sports.
Your old furnace ain't nice, and your toes are like ice. DayandNight.net. Save $1,700 when you have Day and Night match your current furnace with a qualifying AC or heat pump.
Your furnace is lonely all by itself, but it doesn't have to be. With our Matchmaker Special, we'll match your furnace with a perfect air conditioner or heat pump to keep your furnace company and your home comfy all year round.
Match your furnace to a qualifying cooling system and save $1,700. DayandNight.net.
Bull riding is not just a sport, it's a gamble of guts and glory. Nothing else compares. It's Busch Light PBR Everett at Angel of the Winds Arena this weekend. Ready to beat Cowboy? Get your tickets at Ticketmaster. It's bull time.
This is Rick Jones of Goldberg Jones Divorce for Men. As a family law attorney, I know firsthand the challenges and obstacles men face in divorce and custody matters. Our firm is committed to protecting what matters most, and we're on your team. Find us at goldbergjones.com.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Experience a luxury resort, breathtaking wildlife, spectacular wilderness, and amazing fishing at Queen Charlotte Lodge in northern British Columbia. King salmon runs are at their peak in May and June, and halibut and lingcod are always plentiful. Check out how easy it is to visit QCL at fishqcl.com. That's fishqcl.com. Queen Charlotte Lodge. Experience fishing first class. And remember, our dollar's worth $1.35 north of the border. Okay, guys, quick PSA. Forgetting Valentine's Day flowers is not the move. Get it right this year. Send farm fresh flowers from the Books Company. And right now, get 25% off with code CANTY. Books flowers are cut fresh, so you get bigger, brighter blooms that last way longer. And it's easy. Pick the bouquet, the delivery date, and you're done. Valentine's Day is February 14th, right after the big game, so order now. Go to Books.com and use code CANTY for 25% off. That's BOUQS.com.
Time is valuable. That's why Lowe's Blueprint Takeoffs turn blueprints into quotes faster. Bring us your plans, and we'll generate itemized material lists to make quoting easier so you can get back to building. Plus, at the Lowe's Pro Desk, you get access to thousands of building materials not sold in store. And when your order's ready, we'll deliver everything to the job site. Improving is easy at Lowe's.
Home of your Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks.
They are bringing the Lombardi back to the Northwest.
Seattle Sports.
Good Dog Auto Glass.
When the stakes are high, you want the best on your team. When your windshield breaks, don't settle for your insurance company's fix that's just safe enough. Trust Good Dog Auto Glass, where the quality isn't light. We do all the things the little guys don't, and we do all the things the big guy does.
We answer the phone when you call. We work for you, and we will walk you through the insurance process. Visit GoodDogAutoGlass.com, Puget Sound's most trusted auto glass company, and get more bang for your buck.
Seattle Sports Championship Parade coverage is provided by Harborstone Credit Union. It's a good day to be a football fan and a Harborstone Credit Union member. They've been voted the best credit union and best place to work. They're in the top 1% of credit unions for products and services in Washington State, and they've got a best-in-class mobile app. Harborstone Credit Union delivers real support to help people thrive. With over 30 branches from Olympia to Bellingham, find one near you. Go to harborstone.com.
I had pain, I had numbness in my feet. That pain and that numbness just got worse and worse and worse as time went on.
This is Greg describing life with neuropathy.
I went to 5 podiatrists, tried different treatments, tried different orthotics, tried different shoes, had cortisone shots in the tops and the bottoms of my feet. Saw a neurologist. All my medical doctors said, can't help you. Live with the pain. You're not going to be able to sleep. This is your life. And then I just gave up until I found Sound Pain Solutions.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, drug and pain-free procedures that help neuropathy sufferers like Greg find relief.
I feel better. I mean, just feeling better is huge.
If you experience numbness, shooting or burning pains, or loss of balance, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg & Jones.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, the Seahawks are back home after what was apparently a pretty good party in the Bay the last couple days. Team plane arriving yesterday. But don't worry, Mike Macdonald got a couple more minutes of answering questions. You know, his favorite thing to do. He'll do it with us coming up at 9:30 this morning. He was asked what changed from year 1 to year 2, and I just think his answer is very telling about who this team is.
Man, I learned a lot. I think the cool thing that we have compared to some other teams is like, hey, we're kind of all in this thing together. This is a new experience for me. You know, we have a shared vision about what we want to create here, and I think the players feel like the coaches are in it with them on what we do every day and what we're trying to create. And sometimes we screw up, sometimes we fall short, sometimes we nail it, you know, and it's just we just kind of just keep attacking it. And I think that's what makes the process so much fun because, you know, the methods that we talk about, you know, can be new. You know, it can be new school. Like we can try stuff out. We can try to be innovative. We can make it really about what's the best for the Seahawks and not necessarily what, you know, XYZ team has done for X amount of years. And makes the process a lot of fun.
I'm not surprised that he used that word a lot in that clip. And Lyle, it's not precise, it's process. They're close, but this was process. You wore the precise, this is process. Almost anyone who's successful in a results-oriented situation or sport tends to focus more on the process than the results, and the results seem to take care of themselves. So I love that from Mike Macdonald, and not surprised that that's the direction he goes. And then you get sort of the element of just his relationship with his team and his leader, Sam Darnold. Here's what he said to him after the game.
Oh, man, I just told him I loved him and I was proud of him. Now that's got a good ring to it. Super Bowl winning quarterback, something that he has the rest of his life now, and he's earned it, you know. And so I'm just extremely happy for him. He played a great football game. He's led us every day, and now he's got a ring to show for it. So it's pretty special.
Sure is. Now, he had a very special moment yesterday. Not Mike, but Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold and Ken Walker together by themselves in the Disneyland teacup might be my favorite short video I've ever seen. Maura, I watched that thing 20 times yesterday. I could not stop laughing at the two of them alone in the teacups. First of all, I would never get in the teacups. That is like a vomitous situation waiting to happen. That would make me vomit immediately. But seeing the two of them together and Sam's got his hands up like, wee, I don't know. It's childlike, it's fun, it's pure. Just the whole thing just totally cracked me up.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, tomorrow is parade day. Here's what we know. Everything starts at 10 a.m. at Lumen Field, trophy presentation ceremony. That's free. It's open to the public, but you do have to get a ticket. So that's available as of now. You go to Seahawks.com. You can kind of walk your way through it. Excuse me, but you need a ticket in order to be at the event. Then there is the parade, which is going to go up 4th Ave, essentially to Seattle Center. That will open at 8:30, and it's basically, at 10 a.m. the whole thing starts. The parade will probably start around 11, and we'll travel all the way up to Seattle Center. You can get exclusive Seahawks World Champions rally cards at select Starbucks locations, which will be along the parade route. Those with tickets. We'll also get a sign, a rally card to hold up. Now, don't expect Clint Kubiak to be there, I don't think. Maybe he'll fly back into this, but dude's gone. He's already in Vegas. He started coaching the Raiders. Mike Macdonald was asked about what it'll be like without him.
Well, it was tremendous. I mean, that was a critical decision for us on who was going to be leading our offense this year, and I think we made the right decision, which is pretty cool. And I think part of what made it so great was the staff that we were able to put together around Clint as well. As awesome as Clint did, it was a team effort. I think he'd be the first person to tell you that. And so we got some awesome coaches in house that are going to be great candidates for us. But we're going to go through our process like we did last time. It's not going to take as long as it did last year, I can tell you that. But we're going to try to move pretty quickly so we can get moving and put the best staff we can possibly put together for our team. And something that I don't really want to think about right now, but unfortunately that's what we need to do.
Yeah, and we'll be asking him about it a little later this morning.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
All right, so NFL season's done. Baseball season basically a couple weeks away. Olympics will get us through from now until then. Not sure what's piqued your interest so far for me. And at my house, it's certainly women's hockey, U.S. versus Canada. This morning, I think it's at 8 a.m., so I don't know how many people will get the opportunity to watch it. Maybe they'll replay it later tonight, or you can do the Peacock thing. But U.S. versus Canada should be a beast, man. Two really good women's hockey teams getting after each other today. That is everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Bunch of Torrent players, by the way, in that. Caleb Barnes will be there. Alex Carpenter is going to be there. Julia Gosling will be there. Yeah, Hillary Knight obviously will be there. So, yeah, should be a pretty good one later this morning. Okay, Bert Breer is going to join us, we think, on video. So if you're already into the YouTube thing, today's a good day for it. DJ at 8:30, and then obviously Mike Macdonald at 9:30. He won't be on camera right then, but then we'll get you the full video of Mike Macdonald a little bit later. How cool is this, man? I know I paused a little bit yesterday to kind of just take stock of the moment, but I ended up running into all these friends and stuff last night, and just getting to talk about how cool this is. It continues to just make it feel great. Just like, man, it's been 17 years of doing this show every day and getting to hear to getting to talk to you guys now after a win instead of after another painful weekend, oh man, they didn't quite get there. Another season comes to an end, maybe next year, to finally get to do these shows after a championship, which is the whole goal here. So cool. So cool. All right. Albert Breer, as I said earlier, one of the very few who truly understood who the Seahawks team was because he does his homework. And he's got this quote from John Schneider that I have to ask him about because it just kind of blows my mind. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Soak it in, Seattle.
3, 2, 1. The Seahawks win Super Bowl 60. They are bringing the Lombardi back to the Northwest.
Congratulations to your Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks.
We got the best team. 12 is 1. We never wavered, man. We believed in each other. We loved each other. And now we're world champions.
And this is where the champs play. The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
After years of wear and tear, Joe had osteoarthritis in his wrists and shoulders.
I've pretty much worked out my whole life. I actually decided I'm going to train for a half Ironman triathlon.
The pain was interfering with every part of his life.
Basically, can't sleep, causing those kind of problems, very limited movement.
Joe had surgery, but it wasn't the fix he was looking for.
The doctor told me, he's like, hey, this is just going to be a partial fix. You're going to eventually need joint replacement.
That's when he decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
And they're just getting better. I can basically do full motion. I don't have really any pain.
What kinds of things are you able to do now that you weren't before?
I like to golf, and it definitely has made my golf game not as painful. And sleeping. I'm sleeping better because I don't have that aching at night going on and have to roll over.
So, are you recommending this to others?
Oh, everybody I talk to. Yeah, it's a no-brainer.
Before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
It's home show season. To celebrate, Lake Washington Windows and Doors is giving you 20% off and a lifetime installation warranty, plus 12 months to pay with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest financing. See us at the home shows or visit lakewashingtonwindows.com.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
When you buy a new vehicle from Lee Johnson, you'll get a lifetime powertrain warranty included.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text HAWK to 321-321 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text HAWK to 321-321. That's HAWK to 321-321. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Heritage Mechanical reminds listeners suicide is one of the leading causes of death in our country, and we lose nearly 50,000 people every year. Signs include withdrawing from friends, extreme mood swings, or drug and alcohol use. If you or a loved one are feeling trapped, lonely, or hopeless, there is help available. Please call or text the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline anytime to reach someone who cares. A heartfelt message from Heritage Mechanical and Auto Repair. Family owned since 1998 in loving memory of Osha Hagen.
The celebration continues.
We never wavered, man. We believed in each other. We loved each other.
On the home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Olympic Hot Tub Super Smart Top Special is here. Hey, it's Ryan Rowland-Smith. This is your chance to save now on your new hot tub and get a free Smart Top worth $3,700. Take it from me because I have one. Smart Top is the ultimate cover for your tub. Strong, long-lasting, and ready to defend your tub against northwest weather. Super Smart Top special savings will make you feel, well, super. Details at OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Olympic Hot Tub.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
The Seattle Seahawks are Super Bowl 60 champions. And now Wilson, the official football of the NFL, has released the limited edition Super Bowl 60 Champions Duke Game Ball, exclusively available at BigTimeBats.com. This authentic 4-panel leather football features the Seahawks logo, bold Super Bowl champions lettering, the final score and date of the game, and the official Super Bowl 60 logo. Officially licensed, limited edition. Visit BigTimeBats.com and get the Seahawks Super Bowl 60 champions Duke Game Ball before they sell out.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
I do like seeing, I guess, that the whole big event tomorrow, the ceremony before the parade, is sold out. I didn't realize that. So apparently it's sold out within like 2 hours. So yeah, if you didn't get a ticket, probably too late to be in the stadium for the actual event. You can listen here on Seattle Sports. Stacy's going to have all that. She's going to be the Bump and Stacy are going to be on the air for it all. And Stacy will give you the play-by-play and kind of walk you through what's going on there. And ultimately onto the parade. I'm hoping to go out there with Brock. I use him for security, basically. Like, I just need protection. I was told I wasn't here the last time in the beginning of 2014. And I'm told it was a little like, yeah, there were so many people that there was some fear of being crushed. So I'll just use Brock. You know, it's good to have 6'5", 225 around you and just sort of move people out of the way. And hopefully there won't be a crush of people desperate to see Brock, and I'll be able to kind of swing through there unscathed. As I said, we're going to talk to Burt Breer here in just a sec, just dealing with a couple of little technical glitches, and then we'll get Burt on, maybe on the phone, maybe on video. I don't know. We'll see. We're trying to get him on video.
I believe we are all set now.
We're all set? Burt, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing?
We're doing great. You made it back home. You got to see the Super Bowl. It went as we thought it might, with the Seahawks looking pretty good. What stood out?
Yeah, I mean, I just think the overwhelming talent advantage to me was, it jumped out. You saw it on the lines of scrimmage. I think you saw it, really all over the field. And it felt to me like the Patriots were lucky that it was only 9-0 going into the half. And they did a nice job of tightening up in the red zone. Sam missed some throws. I think he'd admit that. And the Seahawks just were playing with this margin for error that you don't commonly see in a Super Bowl. That's what really jumped out at me. And, I had a couple people say to me that they felt like the real Super Bowl was the NFC Championship game. And it's hard not to feel that way watching what unfolded. Just a great performance all the way around. And I think it was a total organizational win, Sam, made the throws he needed to make to win the game, protected the ball. They won the game at the line of scrimmage. Kenneth Walker played huge. There were certain players that were accustomed to seeing having, big days and big spots for the Seahawks. JSN, Leonard Williams, and they didn't really need that from those guys, which I think just sort of illustrates the depth and balance of the team. I mean, just all the way around, I think it was like a total organizational win and a total show of strength and might from a really, really good football team.
Did you have an MVP vote?
I did not, but I would. I personally like. I like Kenneth Walker. I would not have voted for him. Like I probably would have voted for Witherspoon, but I do sympathize with the problem that all the voters were facing, which was you want to give it to somebody on the defense, but I mean, who would it be? This wasn't like Von Miller 10 years ago, you know? So, I mean, you could have given it to Witherspoon. You could have given it to Hall. Um, I think just the lack of an obvious name on that side of the ball pushed some people to vote for Walker.
No, I agree. It's just funny the Seahawks have won 2 Super Bowls, and it's been Ken Walker and Malcolm Smith who have the 2 MVPs. Like, they just won it in very unusual ways, and I always thought it should have been Cam the first time they won. I thought Cam should have been the MVP of that Super Bowl, not Malcolm Smith, but whatever.
Who would you have taken this time?
I think I would have voted for Ken Walker, honestly. And I because of the exact problem, and I read Kurt Warner's description of why he voted for Ken Walker, and it's basically exactly what you just said. Otherwise, it probably would have been Spoon followed by Hall. But I think it would have been Spoon. I like the guy caused the big fumble. He was everywhere. His blitzes. If I had to go someone for the defense, I think it would have been Witherspoon.
Yeah, because to me, like he was a big part of the coverage. Right. Yeah. And then he makes the plays blitzing. It didn't seem like he got beat. Did he get beat once? I don't know.
Maybe.
I don't think he did, And so, I think his role in the coverage, then the big plays on the blitzes, obviously causing the pick six. And then I thought his first one, like that sort of was the one in the first quarter where it was like, all right, like I think they have him. You know what I mean? Like, and if you look and you go back and you really drill down on what happened after that play, because that was after the 21-yarder to Booty. After that play, the Patriots had just 1 first down from that point to the end of the third quarter, which is pretty staggering, outside of, I think, that one defensive holding call that was away from the ball anyway. So I think, you could look at Witherspoon and say, the play on the blitz really sparked something with the defense. And then obviously, again, he was a big part of the coverage plan as well.
What is the reaction in New England? I've heard from a few friends who just say, oh, it was all Josh McDaniels' fault, and he didn't call a good game. And I kind of shake my head like, I don't know what else he was supposed to do. What has been the reaction there in general?
That Will Campbell is a guard, I think is part of it, Yeah, I mean, I think it's a little different than you might have had with previous Super Bowl losses here, just in that, like, I do think deep down in people's guts, they view this as a house money situation. Mike Vrabel, is in his first year. Drake May's in his second year. Now, it's hard to count on getting back. And, like a lot of this, but I think a lot of people did realize that this was based on the opportunity that was presented them in the AFC, and that things might change when they face whoever the NFC champion was going to be. And I think the Rams would have beaten them too in this spot, and look, like the opportunity that was created for him shouldn't be ignored. I went into the season, saying to people up here, well, you're going to have to beat some combination of Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes to ever get to a Super Bowl in the AFC. They didn't have to face any of those guys in the playoffs, right? And then you look back, and Patrick Mahomes went to 7 AFC championship games. He played in those 7 AFC championship games. Tom Brady, Ryan Tannehill, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow again, Lamar Jackson, and then Allen again. And in the year he played Tannehill, he had Deshaun Watson at the top of his game in the divisional round, and the Texans took a 24-0 lead in that game. So, like, this is a path that I think on one hand you could look at it and say maybe created a little bit of and I don't want to call it fool's gold, but, like this is a little bit different conference champion coming into a Super Bowl. At the same time, I do think you look at it and you probably have a little bit of a feeling of that like, well, when are we going to be back here again? If you're a New England person, because, obviously in the AFC, the road's going to be a lot tougher when all of those quarterbacks and all of those teams are right.
I got to ask you about this quote in your story, and great job. And I was telling people earlier, there's a reason that we talk to people like you and Daniel Jeremiah, because you guys actually follow the league in depth and know who the Seahawks are, know what's going on here. I mean, it was just, last week was really eye-opening as to how many people say they follow the league but don't actually follow the whole league and really know what's going on. But this quote from John Schneider has me kind of perplexed. Your quote from Schneider is, when they were hiring Mike Macdonald, like everybody that I talked to, then Falcons president Rich McKay, Panthers GM Dan Morgan, Titans executive Chad Brinker, the guys that had a chance to interview him before we did, they were all like, bro, your personalities would be amazing together, Schneider said, gripping a Coors Light in the locker room. This is how I know it's real. A lot of them were like, we're going offense, so we're not going to hire him, but that was one of the best interviews I've ever been in. Are NFL executives and owners truly that stupid? That they're like, this guy's the best coach, but we're not going to hire him because we're going offense? That, like, they can't possibly be that dumb.
I think it's crazy. I'm with you. I honestly, I think you spend 5 minutes around Mike and you can understand why he interviews that well, it wasn't hard for me to tell, at least. When I got to know Mike a few years ago, that he would do well in these settings, and I just think sometimes people get locked in this box of like, we have to do it this way now. And, you think about those teams you named there, right? Like, well, the Titans, it was like, well, we're coming off Mike Vrabel, so we have to go offense now. We have to go get the hot young offensive guy. And now 2 years later, they're swinging back around. And I just think, honestly, Mike, it's indicative of bad franchises, where it's just, all right, well, we need to take care of this one thing. It's a much bigger job than just coaching a quarterback or calling an offense, and, credit to John Schneider for realizing that. And look, like, it's not that Schneider was just saying, well, we have to go defense now because we had all the success with Pete Carroll. No, they were looking at offensive guys all the same, and I think there were a lot of people that figured that the Seahawks would go the other way. But because John had an open mind about it and viewed the job as more than just, drafting and developing the quarterback and building an offensive scheme, like, he knew how big that job is. He had an open mind going in and wasn't locked in on one single thing. And credit to him too. It took a lot of patience. I think it was almost 3 weeks that he had to wait to talk to Mike, and he was going on other people's word. And while that was happening, all these other coaches were coming off the board, but he was willing to be patient with it. And he was willing to say, like, I'm going to wait until I find one that I really click with and that I really think, I have it in my gut that this is the guy, rather than racing to get one of the guys who is coming off the market. So I think he deserves a lot of credit for being open-minded. I think he deserves a lot of credit for being patient. And, I know you've spent time around both guys. You can see you can feel the personality match, just talking to those two guys. So I'm with you. I think too often it's like, and you know what it comes down to too? It's like winning the press conference, which is irrelevant to me.
Mm-hmm.
Nick Sirianni, got the score run up on him in the press conference in Philly, right? Like that was one of the worst introductory press conferences I've ever seen in any sport. Sirianni's been to 2 Super Bowls and won one, So I generally think those things are irrelevant, but they really matter to owners in the moment, and a lot of times winning the press conference can be about being able to get up there and say, I'm going to develop a quarterback. There's a lot more to the job than just that.
Well, and this Super Bowl win, I think, has to raise some questions about the best ways to develop a quarterback as Sam Darnold wins a Super Bowl. We'll talk later about ranking quarterbacks, and there's a level of natural sports radio fun to ranking quarterbacks and trying to figure out where everyone ranks. But Darnold is such an interesting case because I don't know whether he's if you paid him as a top 5 quarterback, I don't know if that works. I don't know if he has to, wing the ball and win every game for your team, if that's the best situation for him. But there has to be some sort of a lesson to be learned around the league about giving guys a little bit more time to develop? And what do you take from that part of it?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's like the ultimate test case of a guy who, you get knocked down enough, and if you can make it through all of that, then there are great lessons you can take from it. And look, like, I think it's also like how difficult it is to evaluate these guys when they're dealing with a bleep storm early in their career.
Yeah.
I mean, you think about like what he went through his first, 5 years. All right. Like, so he goes into a situation where his head coach is on the hot seat. After 1 year, his head coach gets fired. They bring in another guy who, is paired with a general manager in an arranged marriage. 4 months later, that general manager is fired. So now nobody in the building has a real investment in him. The coach, who, and I think Adam Gase is a good coach, isn't a great match schematically because he had, learned to run an offense with Peyton Manning as quarterback. So, like, where is that with a guy who's really raw coming out of USC? And then 2 years later, that coach is now fired. So now you've got a third coach coming in, and they're trading you away because they were so bad. They have the second overall pick, and there's another quarterback that they like available, right? That was Zach Wilson. So that was his first 3 years. Then he gets traded into a situation where, his first year in Carolina, his coordinator was fired halfway through the year. And then in his fifth year, his head coach is in the hot seat and gets fired in midseason. Like, what quarterback makes it through that?
Well, I think there used to be this idea.
It's impossible to evaluate it. Well, my point is, it's impossible to evaluate a guy that like.
Well, I agree, but I think I hope one of the lessons here is, and this is a lesson for me as well, because it's something I think I was of the opinion that this would work, is if you get the right guy, he'll overcome all that. If you get Josh Allen, he'll overcome all of those things.
Yeah, but I think.
But that's a shot in the dark.
I think there's only one guy I can think of that overcame. Because remember, Josh Allen you can say that with Josh. The Bills made the playoffs the year before they drafted Josh.
Okay.
Like, if you look at it, what's really interesting about it, and this is the crazy thing.
Is that with Tyrod Taylor?
The bottom of the league can be really bad. The four best quarterbacks in football over the last few years, I think we'd all agree, right? Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, right?
Yeah.
Fair?
Yeah, and Burrow's the one, right?
Burrow is the only one who was drafted on his team that didn't make the playoffs the year before he got there. Lamar was drafted onto a team that made the playoffs. Mahomes was, Allen was. Mahomes and Allen were both drafted by teams that traded way up to get them, So there's one. And I can only think of like one player over the course of my career that was drafted into a bad situation and overcame it at that age. That's Andrew Luck. That's it. Like, I think over the last 20 years, you could argue that with Burrow, but Burrow had Higgins, had Chase.
Right.
I mean, like, he had a pretty good team. He went to the Super Bowl in year 2. So you can make the argument with Burrow, but very few, and I'm not saying Lamar and Josh and Patrick wouldn't have made it, but they were drafted into really different situations than what like a Darnold or a Baker Mayfield went into, So I don't know how people divorce the quarterback from the situation, if you understand what I'm saying there, I mean, Drake May is a good example of it. How awful did he look in year 1 and how good did he look in year 2? It's similar to Jared Goff. If you go back, Jared Goff looked like he couldn't play, his rookie year under Jeff Fisher. Sean McVay gets there and it turns around. So, I think like the quarterback position is such an interesting one because it's unique to any in sport in that I think on one hand, you're the most important player in the field. On the other, you're very reliant on everything around you, being right. And so it's just that weird juxtaposition where if a guy is really going into a crappy situation, it's hard to evaluate him. And, I think Sam Darnold's a great example of a guy who got a year to take a breath, right? Like in San Francisco. And, Kyle Shanahan was able to slow the game down for him. You go watch his Christmas night game against the Ravens. They got blown out in that game. But if you watch the fourth quarter of that game, you can see like a new player emerging. And then the last 2 years, he wins 14 games in the regular season for 2 different teams. And now he's a Super Bowl champion.
It's pretty amazing. One last thing for you here, Bert. I really appreciate you moving some things around to jump on today. As I said, there's only so many people in this business that are truly doing all of the hard work to understand what's going on around the league. And you've always been one of the hardest workers I know of in this business. I don't know what's going on over there at the Metro West Daily News, but you and Reese and everybody else has come out of that paper.
Current too, yeah.
Current, like all you guys are just incredible hard workers who truly do the work. It's amazing. How set up are the Seahawks? Is this a one-off? Is this, because everyone, I always get frustrated with this question because I just have this moment in my mind with the Packers when they won with Aaron Rodgers over Pittsburgh. They're the youngest roster in the league. They're going to be back here over and over again, and they've never been back since. That was ended up being a one-off for them. But how set up are the Seahawks now to do this a couple more times?
Yeah, they're very set up. I just, the dynamic's going to change a little bit as you pay guys, though, right? Same as it was 12 years ago, where, they won the Super Bowl and Sherman and Thomas and Wagner and all those guys were on rookie contracts, and that allowed them to be aggressive and go get a Cliff Averill, go get a Michael Bennett, go get a Percy Harvin, right? So they've had that luxury now, and having so many guys on rookie contracts and being able, to acquire a DeMarcus Lawrence and go out and get a Cooper Kupp. And so, what do they do with Rashid Shaheed? What do they do with Kenneth Walker? Do they pay JSN and Witherspoon now? If you do all of those things, it changes the dynamic a little bit, and it puts a little more pressure on everybody to continue to draft and develop well. So it moves like this is a similarity between this and 12 years ago, is that the core of their team, like so much of the core of their team right now, is guys on rookie contracts, and that's going to change. And as that changes, right, and as you decide we're going to pay this guy, we're not going to pay that guy, now the core of your team is going to be on those big second veteran contracts, right? And so instead of being able to go out now and get a Cooper Kupp and get a DeMarcus Lawrence, you're going to have to find those guys in the draft. And so, over the course of time, it's going to be A, on those core players to maintain their level, and then B, on the personnel department to be able to find answers as, some of those older guys age out, and you've got to replace those guys with draft picks. But that's the way it goes in the NFL. And so they've got a chance the same way. I'd put them, in a category similar now to the Eagles and the Niners, like different than the Rams or the Bills or the Chiefs, where those teams are reliant on a singular quarterback, right? And, you're like the Niners or the Eagles now, one of these teams where it's like, okay, how do we continue to replenish? And the good news is they've got some really smart people to execute it, but it won't be easy.
Bert, I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much for jumping on with me this morning. I just, it was so fun being at the media row all last week and hearing it, but also a little eye-opening of like, man, nobody here knows anything about the Seahawks. They just don't have any idea what's coming. It
wasn't that bad. I mean, have you guys run like a montage or something of all the lowlights?
It wasn't even people being like, this team is bad, they're disrespected. It wasn't that. It was literally just like, I mean, I told you what Felger said.
Well, people don't know names. Like I heard.
Like, I don't know who this team is. Don't know anybody on it.
I heard some names butchered. I heard some, I won't call those out, but I heard some names butchered pretty bad where it was like, I mean, like at the very least get those right. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's our job to know, but maybe that makes me old school. I hope not. I hope that
You're
doesn't mean I'm old school.
Old school, the whole deal. Either way, I appreciate it, man. Talk soon.
All right. Thanks, Mike.
There you go. Albert Breer, Monday morning quarterback, and truly one of the best at doing this in the business. And, use this as a little learning moment for all of us. I saw Hawkblogger kind of getting on some national folks who picked against the Seahawks. That's fine. You can be right. You can be wrong. I don't care as much about that. I absolutely care whether or not you do the work. And he does. It's very, very clear. And go read that article because NFL owners truly are that dumb. Just blows me away. Completely blows me away. All right. Brock is coming in. We'll do the rest of this show together. We are going to talk some Sam Darnold. I do want to talk a little bit more about where we just were on how sustainable this thing is now for the Seahawks. I think very, and I kind of want to talk through why. And then Daniel Jeremiah, another guy who does the work at 8:30. And, of course, Mike Macdonald, who's done the work, and it's in the barn. He will join us at 9:30 this morning. Stick around. Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
This is what it's all about, right?
The Seahawks win Super Bowl 60.
The pure joy.
To beat the Patriots, especially in the 49ers stadium, it means everything.
It's a great time to be alive for Seattle fans.
It's why we're 12s.
Just like Mike Macdonald said, we did not care.
We got a parade to get to.
And the Seahawks Super Bowl parade is Wednesday.
We are the home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks.
They are bringing the Lombardi back to the Northwest.
Seattle Sports.
Hey, it's Bob Stelton here, and I can see clearly now. It's amazing. Let me tell you about one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. That's when I went to K2 Vision for Refractive Lens Exchange, or RLE. Dr. Kopstein started K2 Vision with Dr. King from King LASIK, the most experienced LASIK surgeon in the Northwest. King LASIK plus K2 Vision equals freedom vision for every stage of life. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. So if you're somebody that struggles with distance vision and now you always need a pair of reading glasses, K2 Vision RLE could be your perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the capper. You're never going to develop a cataract. I'm somebody that needed readers in every room of the house. I needed to see the scoreboard out at ball games. I just couldn't see clearly. That has all changed thanks to RLE. Whether it's LASIK, EVO ICL, or RLE, trust the most experienced team of doctors to point you in the right direction. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com. That's K2VisionRLE.com.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Inc. card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Inc. Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Here's what you can look forward to when you get your windows replaced. The whole house being way warmer and a lot quieter. Dave Wyman here, and when we had finally had it with our old windows with broken seals, we called Harley Exteriors. They were incredibly friendly, professional, and absolutely knew their stuff. Harley Exteriors windows are a massive upgrade. They keep heat in and noise out. Plus, they're truly gorgeous windows. I said, you guys must use a different type of glass. And sure enough, it's their Olympic Series, which is manufactured here in the Pacific Northwest and exclusive to Harley Exteriors. Harley Exteriors has a special offer for Seattle sports fans. Buy one window and get the second 40% off. No payments or interest until 2027, and take an additional $200 off your project. Call 833-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com. Schedule your free consultation today. That's harleyexteriors.com.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com. Good Dog Auto Glass.
When your windshield breaks, the national brands say their fix is safe, but the quality is light. Instead, trust Good Dog Auto Glass for the best in quality auto glass.
Don't let the insurance company bully you. When you call, we answer the phone. Visit us online and get more bang for your buck.
At the UPS store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. And still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open. And happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Access to education changes lives. That's why National University provides flexible online and hybrid programs from associate to doctorate degrees. Since 1971, NU was built to serve non-traditional working and military learners nationwide. NU understands the demands of work, family, and service. Each year, more than 130,000 learners trust National University to move forward. Visit nu.edu to learn more.
Smalls here. Life is full of choices, some big, some small. And when you choose an H&R Block Tax Pro, you're choosing the largest network of tax expertise to be in your corner. For when your big ambitions need help with the small details. For when your 6 figures come from 6 different places. For when your gaming stream becomes your revenue stream. For when your business's year 1 needs 70 years of tax know-how. At H&R Block, they've seen it all. And they're here to help you make the most out of your money for life outside the box.
Home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
They are bringing the Lombardi back to the Northwest. This is the power of 12 is 1, man.
KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
Get your freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, we roll on here. The day in between, kind of, right? Yesterday was the big reaction Monday. Tomorrow, the parade. Today, Mike Macdonald Day, as he will join us at 9:30 this morning to do our usual Monday deal, but it's on a Tuesday today. We will also have Daniel Jeremiah coming up at 8:30. It was great to talk to Breer. Brock is now in as well, as we're both at Virginia Mason Athletic Center today. The Breer conversation is really telling. Just like I said last week it was very telling to learn who knew the team and who didn't. Being on radio or Media Row, I thought was a very educational experience.
Agreed.
For me, to kind of see where the Seahawks were at and really feel the national, not disrespect. I'm not going to call it disrespect. Disrespect is your team's not good. We don't think your team is good. And then it turns out your team is good. We don't have any idea who the hell plays for your team.
Yeah, it's almost ignorance. And I had a great conversation with Damon and Julie last night, staying with Uncle Damon and Aunt Julie and talking through this. And I think at some point we'll do so today. And we were just kind of talking about and comparing, contrasting a decade ago to this. And I think I sent it in my notes last night. And I had a great dialogue with folks on Twitter last night. I did a little, not quite spaces, Salk, but just a back and forth answering questions.
Yeah.
And someone asked kind of that question like, hey, put this in perspective for me compared to a decade ago. And it's what Damon and Julie and I were discussing. And it just felt like the more I think about it, Salk, and some of why and how this came about for that media was not just people lazy or not doing their job. It's this just kind of fell in their lap. Almost like an inheritance. When you lose somebody that you don't think you're going to lose, and all of a sudden this is, or like it's just versus what it was the first time, where it was a 7-9. It's 7-9, and here's Russ, and here's a divisional playoff loss, and here's jet fuel, and all of the things.
Well, you had the year before, the 2012, that really set up 2013.
And it was the fuel that set up the next year. And this, the fuel was Sam Darnold and DeMarcus Lawrence and Cooper Kupp and a new offensive coordinator and all this newness. Can they come together? And I think just trying to like wrap your arms like this is the most amazing gift ever, but it just came to me.
Well, all the while they're like the most understated personality team that has ever won a
stealth
Super Bowl.
wealth. It's like they were the stealth wealth, and then all of a sudden
they're just so understated, right? They're not that they're not cocky and talking trash, because they did that, and Josh Jobe and Reek Woolen over the last few weeks. I'll tell you that, and I think Spoon has no problems letting the world know. And Nick Eamon-Wari had some thoughts on the Patriots and their Warriors come out and play, which continues to baffle me. It's like, as somebody said, it's like the Red Sea. The Warriors are not the people you want to emulate.
Salk's choosing the part of that text that he likes, but what they said was, this is like the Red Sea where you're reading way too much into it.
I don't care whether they say that or not, Maura. You don't need to bring all those details.
Maura, don't let facts get in the way of a good story.
The story is right. They're ignoring the facts of this whole story.
That's right.
The Warriors are cowards. The Warriors are fraud. Or I'm sorry,
he's over here doing a film analysis on the movie.
Maura, go watch. Have you ever seen the Warriors, Maura?
I've seen clips. I don't want
to. No, go watch the Warriors.
It looks
go
really
see
cheesy.
The Gramercy Riffs and the Baseball Furies and all the rest of them, and watch the Warriors and Swan and all those guys fight their way back to Coney Island to their home, and you'll realize that clip. That guy's a coward. He's a total fraud. He's a complete embarrassment who killed Cyrus and then blamed everybody else. and the Warriors were the ones that came out and kicked their ass.
So you're telling
that's
me
exactly what the Seahawks
You're telling
did.
me that's what E-Man Warrior's doing. He knows the whole script.
I'm not saying that necessarily.
Oh, okay.
I'm not saying that.
You think his mom knows the script? And knows
His mom doesn't even know what the Super Bowl is, but she's awesome. I love her.
Oh, so good.
Anyway, I just, it was eye-opening. And then the Seahawks, I hope. I thought, did you see or hear Dan Patrick's kind of monologue about this game? And I thought it was really well done, saying if people are going to say that because there wasn't wild offense, basketball on grass up and down the court, that it was boring or wasn't well played, it was well played, especially on the defensive side.
Yeah, it just wasn't well played by the easiest position that 150 million people the position can be palatable to and have an opinion, and that's quarterback. Drake May struggled immensely. The worst game by QBR, I think, of any game in his career, and certainly this season. Sam Darnold didn't play as sharp as he could have and make some of the throws that he had made over the last 3 or 4 weeks. If he did, he throws for 350, Salk. He's the MVP, and nobody is saying that, right? It's just that he missed a couple of those throws. So the easiest position for everybody to have an opinion on was like, oh, those guys aren't very good. And one of them is a disaster. I mean, Drake can't even function in taking all these sacks and missing throws. So I think that kind of gives that aftertaste.
Yeah, we tend to just look at the quarterback because that's the most accessible thing to everybody.
Understanding blitzes, understanding coverages, understanding fronts, understanding defense.
It's a little,
it's
a little harder.
It's a little.
And when the ball is snapped, it's not like, they're focusing on what defensive player's doing what. No, the ball follows, the camera follows the quarterback.
They're watching the ball.
Yeah.
They're watching the ball.
No, and it's funny you say that. I was Moore's going to get more mad at me because this is more movie stuff. But I saw a really cool reel or video, whatever, on The Godfather. And it shows somebody essentially documented almost like a video game on where the camera is and who's where in the scene. And it's if you know The Godfather, it's the scene where Michael first suggests the idea of burying the gun in the bathroom and going to kill the police chief and all that. And it shows this really cool power dynamic between Sonny and Tom, and they're arguing, and it shows like whoever's higher is winning the argument. All these camera tricks they use.
Oh, funny.
And then eventually Michael becomes the biggest part of the scene, and it focuses in, and Tom takes the back seat, and eventually you don't see anybody else in the scene other than Michael as he kind of rises to become the head of the family, and that's like the moment where it happens. And I think there is kind of a similarity there. We focus on the quarterback because that's where the camera goes.
That's right. Yep, it's all
That's
on the ball.
A really long-winded way of saying something everybody already knew.
No, I enjoyed the cinematography.
It was very cool.
Yes, it
was.
was.
Yeah. All right, my bad. I'm a little all over the map today. I know we should be just talking about the Seahawks, but
yeah,
if you get a chance to watch The Godfather, which Lyle's never heard of, you should probably go take it.
I think that this group, there is going to be an appreciation that follows because it was so thrown into our lap. And even, right, as that very telling conversation we had with Hawk Blogger, right, even after they beat the Rams, like, okay, is everybody in now, right? Because you're stacking all these wins, and this feels good, and the numbers are great, and oh my gosh, but this is so early. They've not even been together, like Sam and Clint and JSN and Coop, for like 10 months.
Yeah.
It feels way too early. And then, oh no. Oh, they beat the Rams on that Thursday night. And then, obviously, when they absolutely curb stomped the Niners in the final regular season game, then it's like everybody came aboard. Then you filled the whole jet with the fuel. Then it's like now we're in attack mode. But that's like a 3-game season versus, again, that culmination of 7-9. Win 7-9, Russell Wilson 11-6, right, and all of that build up and all of that season to be like, yeah.
Well, and then you go out and you get Cliff and you get Michael. It's okay. This thing is going.
And this has like honestly been almost like a 4 to 5 week just adrenaline rush. And I think the appreciation and more of it will come, quite honestly, after. That one, there was an appreciation all the way. There was all of that talk, all of that noise. We're all of this, and then you got to win it, and you got to do it in just a defining fashion. This was like, okay, they're really good, I think. Oh, yeah, they're good. Oh, they're really good. Oh, my gosh, we could do this. I'm going to wear my CJ Pro-Size jersey to the Super Bowl, and I'm going to cheer them on and go for it, right?
Lyle, how many comments did the Pro-Size jersey get?
Not as many as you might think, but a couple people who saw it, when they got a chance to see it up close, they said, that's ball knower right there.
Right.
You're
It's
a ball
a deep
knower
cut.
for that. Yeah, it's a total
real
deep cut.
Yeah.
What number? What 22?
22.
So he's Rashid Shaheed.
That's what I said
so
earlier.
people thought,
yeah.
oh, you got the knockoff Rashid Shaheed.
Right. Why does your Shaheed jersey say precise on it?
He's precise?
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. That's really funny. I love that.
Just
Lyle.
don't wash it too many times, Lyle. Again, I think it come apart is very, very fragile. All right. We'll come back here with everything you
By
need
the
to
way,
know.
How cool does the Lombardi look on the building?
I know. Oh, I took a picture. I was going to tweet it out.
Oh, my gosh.
All right, let me do that. I'm going to tweet that out right now.
I was driving in last
Damn
night.
it, I meant to do that this morning.
I'm like, Jody already got that Lombardi painted?
Oh, no.
I was like, that looks amazing.
It looks so cool.
It's
the lighting.
unbelievable.
Yeah.
So it's a projection.
Yeah.
It's
All right, I'm going to tweet that out right now. I took a
please do
picture.
so.
We'll come back. We'll give you everything you need to know. We'll debate Sam Darnold's place in the world at 7:30, DJ Daniel Jeremiah at 8:30, and Mike Macdonald at 9:30. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com.
Soak it in, Seattle.
3, 2, 1. The Seahawks win Super Bowl 60. They are bringing the Lombardi back to the Northwest.
Congratulations to your Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks.
We got the best team. 12 is 1. We never wavered, man. We believed in each other. We loved each other. And now we're world champions.
And this is where the champs play. The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Well, it is February the 10th, a big parade tomorrow, almost midway through February. And if those fitness resolutions and goals you maybe made a month and a half ago aren't going the way you want because, you realize those gyms are crowded, the machines get a little sweaty, you don't like the drive back and forth, and maybe you need to upgrade your fitness equipment at your very own home. And I got the place and some deals for you. Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at Top Fitness. And right now you can trade in your old treadmill and get a $500 credit to use for Precor, True, or Inspire treadmills. They sell the best quality products available to Top Fitness. Brands like Precor, True, Octane, Inspire, Stairmaster, and more. It's trade-in days at Top Fitness, and it's not too late to get in the best shape of your life. They got locations all over the place. They got the largest selection of home fitness equipment in the state, and their staff will show you why it's no secret that everybody from personal trainers to pro athletes love their stores. Those locations are up in Tukwila and Linwood, down in Bellevue, or visit topfitness.com for more info. That's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
I saw her texting, coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Dealing with divorce and custody issues can be terrifying and very lonely, but you don't need to face it alone. Goldberg Jones has been helping Northwest husbands and fathers for more than 30 years. Thousands of men have put their trust in us. You can too. Learn more at goldbergjones.com.
If you actually are the person that will take care of them after the fact, if you actually will be there for them, if you will pick up your phone, then they come back to you.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
The stock market was on fire in 2025 due to AI and tech stocks. Now is the time to set a strategy for 2026. It's a good opportunity to lock in those gains and invest into a stable platform. With $8 trillion in cash sitting on the sidelines, investors are either scared or unsure where to go. Hi, I'm Scott Rurecka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares the profits with our investors. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital. Invest into our Northwest Fund, which is currently delivering 9% on a fixed rate term. It's our flagship fund for 19 years with zero investor losses, and yes, we do accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Legacy Group Capital at LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
Home of your Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks.
They are bringing the Lombardi back to the Northwest.
Seattle Sports.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
At Les Schwab, we've been changing the tire game for more than 70 years. We design our own exclusive tires to give you more tires made for the roads you drive, less compromise. All backed by America's best tire warranty included in every tire we sell. It's more unbeatable tire warranty, less charging you extra, like the other guys. It's all about you getting more from less. Stop by or book an appointment at leschwab.com.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 3/22/26. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, it looked like a pretty good party the Seahawks had after the Super Bowl, and then finally yesterday, most of them anyway, got on the plane, came home, arrived here in Seattle. They're going to have an open locker room a little later this morning. Mike Macdonald, though, he was busy. Press conference and then some NFL Network, even went on Jimmy Kimmel last night. I like this one from NFL Insiders. Just asked about what changed from last year to this.
Man, I learned a lot. I think the cool thing that we have compared to some other teams is like, hey, we're kind of all in this thing together. This is a new experience for me. You know, we have a shared vision about what we want to create here, and I think the players feel like the coaches are in it with them on what we do every day and what we're trying to create. And sometimes we screw up, sometimes we fall short, sometimes we nail it, you know, and it's just we just kind of just keep attacking it. And I think that's what makes the process so much fun because, you know, the methods that we talk about, you know, can be new. You know, it can be new school. Like we can try stuff out. We can try to be innovative. We can make it really about what's the best for the Seahawks and not necessarily what, you know, XYZ team has done for X amount of years. And makes the process a lot of fun.
Yeah, the process, the newness, the growth mindset, the methods, all of it, Salk. But as he was saying that, I was thinking about the pieces and the ingredients in that recipe. And again, why it just, you needed some of the new blood in here. And the veterans and champions. You needed Cooper Kupp in here. And all that Cooper Kupp brought to those conversations. You needed Sam Darnold and all of his scar tissue and all of his background and all those different places. You needed that ingredient. Like if you're going to have that growth mindset and you're going to do that together, then the voices like that are going to kind of be prominent and lead have to have, in my opinion, some of the pelts on the wall that Coop has and then some of the scars that Sam had. And you throw it all together, the new, the young,
Leonard
the
Williams,
rookies, the old.
Sure. Yeah, Jaron Reed, like those older guys on this team, they're pretty legit dudes. They are I mean, just say those 5 names.
That's right.
Those are some
They all
legit
live
dudes.
ball. They all talk ball. They all, you know, they want to be about ball. So you throw all of that into the concoction, and that newness and that growth happened really, really fast.
You also just end up with a defense that was just so freaking good. I love this defense, man. I love the completeness of it. Mike was asked yesterday what he saw from that group.
It's funny. I told the team on Saturday night, you know, got a bad habit of, him and Han into my office and with the rest of our coaching staff thinking about, plays and what we're going to run and how it's going to go. And then you get around the guys and you see them, and all of a sudden all those worries don't kind of go away magically. And I think that speaks to how they played. They just just became very clear very early that they were a determined bunch, that we were going to play our style ball last night. And at that point, really, the plays became irrelevant. It was really the style of how the guys played, and just to play that relentlessly throughout the game was really impressive, and really proud of those guys. They played. That was a remarkable game by our defense.
What a cool way of shifting the attention from yourself to your players.
That's right. He does such a good job.
And it sounds so authentic and real. Speaking of that,
oh boy.
My favorite picture or video maybe ever is Ken Walker and Sam Darnold in the teacups together. I can't get enough of it. The two of them in the teacups at Disneyland. They're in the same teacup facing each other. Sam's got his hands up like, wee! Brock, it's hilarious. Just everything about the two of them.
A hot take. I hate the teacups.
Oh, dude, there's no chance I would get in that thing.
Of
course you did.
Hate it.
Teacups are the worst ride ever. The only thing that would have, the teacups are funny because it's just them.
The only thing better would have been Alice in Wonderland.
No, I think the only thing better would have been It's a Small World. The two of them in that little boat with the music going in the background would have been very funny.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, Parade Day is tomorrow. It starts with the big ceremony at Lumen Field at 10. You got to have tickets. It sounds like they're already, quote-unquote, sold out, even though they were not for sale. But I don't think there's any left. So you got to kind of line up around the parade route, which will go from Lumen Field to Seattle Center. Gates will open at 8:30, I guess. So, but then the parade's not going to start until 11. So that's kind of your situation tomorrow. It's going to be beautiful. 50 degrees.
Yeah.
Should be nice out.
Yes. I think, honestly, it was single digits the last time.
Yeah.
It was cold. And as we talked about, in kind of a really neat, beautiful way, last time it was the exact opposite. So this is just kind of circular, completing the circle, completing these two Super Bowls. I'm glad you tweeted out that picture of the Lombardi. That is, you're on 405, as I was late last night and early this morning. And I honestly, at first, I was like, how did they paint that thing so fast? They must have been on that thing in the early hours after the Super Bowl. And then when you park at the facility, you see it's really well done. It's lit up, but it is massive, and it is a statement, and it is, hey, man, be proud, everybody. World champs right here in town.
Yeah, two of these now here for the Seahawks organization. That also would have been cool to put a second one up there. They could have done it that way as well. Both things are pretty awesome. Anyway, I don't think Clint Kubiak's going to be there tomorrow. Maybe he will. Maybe he flies in for this. But he was touchdown in Vegas, ready to go yesterday.
He looked exhausted.
Well,
Rightfully.
Yeah.
3 young kids.
Wait till he sees how much work is ahead of him to try to clean up the Vegas Raiders. It's going to be kind of a mess.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Meanwhile, there's not much else going on now. You got Olympics, Mike Tirico going straight there. Unbelievable, man. U.S. versus Canada women's hockey, big deal today. I think it starts at 8, so I don't know how easy it's going to be to watch, but otherwise that's
Those are two front runners?
Oh, yeah.
And they're playing in pool play.
Yeah, but they'll play. I think they'll end up playing again.
Sure.
I think this is the way
It'd
to
be like
make
the Rams and the Seahawks.
It would even be more than that. I guess what I'd say in the men's, there's a chance maybe somebody else could win.
Yeah.
I don't think that anyone else has a chance to win the women's. So these are the two best teams by leaps and bounds. The Sweden will be good. Like some of the other teams will be okay.
Yep.
But these are the two best teams by leaps
There will
and
be
bounds.
some news, though.
Should be
So
awesome.
it was interesting doing the back and forth with many of you on Twitter last night, and because it was overwhelming. It was certainly celebratory, and how much more is there to say, and how many more flowers? And we're going to do it all this week.
Yeah.
And certainly into next week. But I'll tell you what, man, the Combine is like 12 days away, and franchise tag is about the same time where you start, and you have to hire, a new offensive coordinator now. And at least the rumblings, and I'll get to this in Blue 88, I don't know about you, but the rumblings I felt from Brady and Greg and Hocklogger and people that are around the coaches at the party and everything, I think this will be internal.
Yeah, it sure sounds that
I
way.
think it'll be fairly quick, And
We'll
but
ask
there will be some news in the new league year right around the corner with a lot of free agent Seahawks too.
That's everything you need to know. But along those lines, Moore, could you play me Cut 13? This is Mark Schlereth on yesterday with Wyman and Bob. He's talking about how great Ken Walker is. but there's a part of this that I just want to make sure we take heed of.
Okay.
That dude is unbelievable. And, his patience, his ability to make people miss in the backfield, his explosiveness. And how many times do you block something that's like an inside zone and he pops it all the way out to the outside and gets 9 yards on the edge? It's just like he's got that unbelievable rare kind of combination of just power, of jump cut ability, and then just straight up explosive speed to get to the outside. He's just a unique talent. So he would be a guy that, that I would think would be awesome in free agency. And then it just depends on how much you want to pay him. But ultimately, he'd be a guy that and like I've told you guys, I love him. And I do think he's better, and I don't know how much like you can do this in today's game, but I think he's better as the bell cow.
Okay, good. I was worried that he was going to say in there, you have to bring him back. You don't have to bring him back. All those things are true. And maybe he's a good candidate for the franchise tag. And if you think he's fine, I don't want to hear that about anybody.
That's right.
I really don't want to hear that.
Someone asked that question. Who do you have to? I'm like,
no one.
Haven't the last 5 years taught you? There's no have to.
Please take those words out your mouth. There are no have tos. That's not the way this team was built.
Name out your mouth.
There are no have tos.
So they out of your mouth?
I swear to God. We'll come back here and discuss the one guy in the middle of all of it. It's next on Brock and Salk.
A one-hander! Are you kidding me? JSN!
Congratulations, Jackson Smith.
Jigba, he's sicker than most when he run the post.
The NFL's AP Offensive Player of the Year, rewriting the Seahawks record books with his electrifying season.
JSN has it! Touchdown! Seahawks!
And this is where you hear every second.
A 61-yard rocket to number 11.
Seattle Sports.
All right, Mike Salk here. The big game now in the rear view. The win, unbelievably sweet. You probably had your big Super Bowl party. And now on the sports calendar, it's kind of wait and see for opening day, right? Which gives you a whole bunch of time to check out the Eastside Weight Loss Clinic program. This is a really good time to do it, kind of late winter into early spring. Start it off with just a 15-minute phone call. See if this is going to work for you. It worked for me. Lost 35 pounds in about 8 weeks. Heck, I lost 10 pounds just in the first week. And with no pills or injections or fake bland box meals, nothing like that. Just delicious recipes, real food that you buy at the grocery store, coaching, accountability, the support I needed to get through. That's why this plan really does work. Do it for yourself this year. Do it right now. Call Eastside Weight Loss Clinic and celebrate with them. 425-588-0080 or eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Hey everyone, Rick Witters, owner of Cressy Door. At Cressy Door, we offer top-of-the-line garage doors, garage door service, and garage door repairs. Residential or commercial, please consider Cressy Door for all of your garage door needs. Cressy Door.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Hey Hawk fans, Jake Bobo. Stormy weather is here. How's your roof holding up? Give Techline Roofing a call. With the strongest warranty in the business, Techline has you covered. That's TEKLINE. Roofing.com. Trust Techline.
Who did it best in 2025?
Vote now for the Sports Stars and Story of the Year at seattlesports.org and help choose the winners of the 91st Annual Sports Star of the Year Awards, presented by Microsoft. From collegiate champions to the standouts across our professional teams, make your choice and come celebrate Washington's biggest night out for sports on March 13th. Vote now and get tickets at seattlesports.org. We'll see you there.
The celebration continues.
We never wavered, man. We believed in each other. We loved each other.
On the home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Seattle Sports Championship Parade coverage is provided by Harborstone Credit Union. It's a good day to be a football fan and a Harborstone Credit Union member. They've been voted the best credit union and best place to work. They're in the top 1% of credit unions for products and services in Washington State, and they've got a best-in-class mobile app. Harborstone Credit Union delivers real support to help people thrive. With over 30 branches from Olympia to Bellingham, find one near you. Go to harborstone.com.
Get your championship gear at Simply Seattle, your go-to shop for Seahawks gear with both licensed and custom designs you won't find anywhere else. Use code ESPN15 for 15% off your order at simplyseattle.com. Celebrate the title with jerseys, shirts, hoodies, hats, and collectibles. Want your gear in time for the parade? Shop in person at Simply Seattle on First Ave. And get ready for spring training with Mariners gear and Simply Originals like the Kid Logo hoodie. Code ESPN15 at simplyseattle.com.
Seattle fans, your team has made football history and are back on top. Celebrate their big win and keep the memories of their amazing season alive with this limited edition full-size championship football for just $129.95. But act fast because only 5,000 will ever be made. To order, call 800-345-2868. That's 800-345-2868. Or visit NICOsports.com. That's NIKCO sports.com. Don't get left out as these will sell out.
Dave Wyman here with Dr. Landis to talk about Swedish CyberKnife.
Essentially, it's a 5-day treatment, about 30 minutes per day. You walk in, you walk out, you essentially don't feel anything at all during treatment. Many patients still work full-time while they're having treatment.
5 days, less than an hour a day to treat prostate cancer. That really is amazing. If diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider treatment with Swedish CyberKnife. Go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
The Sam Darnold story, we said this yesterday, is clearly now one of redemption, right? He's erased the early reputation as being a bad quarterback. Quite frankly, he's probably shifted all of that blame onto the Jets franchise for just how dysfunctional they've been and are. So the redemption of Sam Darnold is complete. What about the respect? Will it come? Will it follow? Will there be respect for Sam Darnold that follows the redemption? And I'm not entirely sure how we're going to judge that. Maybe it's the tier rankings that Sando will put out or other quarterback rankings. Does he need to be in the top 10, the top 5? Maybe it's only the top 15. I don't know. I'm not sure how we're going to measure that respect level. But does it follow the Super Bowl win for Sam Darnold?
Yes, it absolutely does. And the national voices, you kind of hear from Rich Eisen and Dan Patrick and those guys that are the big mouthpieces on the national level, Salk, that I think have some reasoning to them, have some background to them. Even the young voices, even the Pat McAfees and some of those that we heard shouting and awfully loud who carry a huge audience as well. Yeah, I think this is more than just a redemption story. More than just a feel-good, Hollywood story. More than just the only QB to ever win a Super Bowl with is having played for 5 different franchises. Became the first to do that, as I saw yesterday. So I think it becomes more than just a cute little story. All of a sudden, man, this guy has a chance to be a quarterback for the next 10 years.
Well, I am very curious to see what that looks like.
I was listening to Steve Young. Did you listen to Steve Young?
I do. I have some of Steve Young. Here he is.
Steve Young was very adamant.
Yeah, he thinks he's going to get better and better. Here was Steve Young.
Sorry, that was a quick throw.
No, my bad. Cut number 12 more, if you got a sec.
Okay.
The Seahawks, now they've gotten their guy. Because Sam is figuring it out too. Like, wow, how could I be? And I don't think he had to be great yesterday just because the defense was so great, but that's okay. He's been great before. And I think he's proven himself, look, I can hang with the big boys. I can run around a little bit, get the extra yards. I could throw it all over the field. You know, he made a lot of mistakes this year and still survived it. So those are all scars that are going to pay huge dividends in the future. And anyone who wants to try to think that Sam Darnold, I think he's just going to continue to improve. And somebody that the Seahawks, I think, have a guy for now the next 10 years. I think they'd be fools not to. I mean, Minnesota must be dying right now. Like, what are we doing?
Oh, they must be.
Well, and yes. I mean, all of that is true.
I mean, you realize over the last 2 years, you know what his record is, right? He's 31-7. With two different organizations, in two new systems, with two new play callers and two new, set locker room and teammates and all of that.
He also has the draft pedigree.
31-7.
Right? Top 3 picks. So he's got the draft pedigree that generally, so it's never going to be one of those, but he was drafted in the 3rd round.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, he was drafted well ahead of guys like Jalen Hurts and some of the other players that have been in and around the top of the game conversation. He's done it, as you said, 2 years in a row. He's played his best in the big moments. He didn't turn it over in 3 playoff games this year, which is remarkable, right? It's never happened for a Super Bowl winner. That's an incredible stat. But I think there's still going to be holdouts. I really do. I don't think that.
So you put your list together, right? And it's obvious at the very top of that list are still the Staffords and the Josh Allens and the Joe Burrows, right? Those guys that have been to Super Bowls and won
Mahomes.
Super Bowl, and Mahomes.
Those 4.
Yeah.
Those 4, you're probably going to say, all right, those 4 are in their own category.
Yep, they've done more. They've done it more consistently.
Yep.
Josh hasn't won a Super Bowl, but my gosh,
But
he's
no
got
one's going to quibble on
8
those.
playoff wins or something.
No one's going to quibble on those 4.
Nope.
That's where it starts to get interesting for me. Lamar, Justin Herbert, Drake May, Williams in Chicago,
Jared Goff,
Dak
Prescott,
Jordan Love, Jaden Daniels, like that, Trevor Lawrence. That's going to be the next group. And each of them is going to have at least some sort of a strike against them, right? Herbert stinks in the playoffs. I mean, he's been terrible every time that happens. Lamar's got his injuries, which have kept him from getting there. Drake May, we just watched against a good defense, and it was a train wreck, right? We'll see what happens in Chicago, if that was a one-hit wonder, if he regresses. You know, these are all real conversations.
Yes.
Here's the 2 things I guess I would ask. If you're trying to figure out where Sam is, 1, how would any of those players, those other quarterbacks that we just mentioned, Lamar, Herbert, May, Trevor Lawrence, all those guys, what would they look like on this team? And what would Sam look like on their team? And what would, if you were to look at both of those things, who do you think would have more success with the 2 rosters? That would be question number 1.
Okay.
The second question I would ask is, how much are you willing to pay him? How much would you be willing to pay to have that player be your quarterback before? And is there a point at which you say, well, now you're just going to have to ask him to do too much. He's not capable of that.
Right.
Those are the 2
because
things.
of the sacrifices to the roster. And
Exactly. Right. I mean, one of the great things Sam has going for him is he's not making as much money as virtually anybody else on that list, other than Drake May and Caleb Williams. Everyone else making big money. You want to pay him like Josh Allen? You think Sam Darnold, if he was paid like Josh Allen, would have that same kind of success that Josh Allen has had?
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
I don't either.
I don't think so. And that's why those guys are in that class, so that they can erase away through their legs, through their duality as a quarterback, through just their ridiculous arm talent and all of those things. They can, minimize some of the talent issues and talent gaps around them. But to the first part, how would all those guys do in those different spots? Well, and I know it was J.J. McCarthy, but how did Minnesota do, saying Sam Darnold?
Good point.
Yeah, I mean, what happened there? Well, you got a GM fired, right? It was a unbelievable, with basically a better roster, right? They added to their O-line, and everybody else came back, and their defense was really good, and it was a mess. And I think, what we have learned when you hear from Spoon and you hear from Ernest, you hear from all these guys, there's a reason he was on the shoulders of his teammates at the end of the year in Minnesota.
Beloved.
He's beloved because he's just like Mike Macdonald, man. It ain't about him. And so many of those guys can say that, but it doesn't, I don't feel that out of their locker rooms.
No,
Dude,
this is tremendous. And these are all the reasons why Sam fast forward to the end of the conversation, is probably somewhere around 8 to 10.
Yeah, I mean, anybody that's going to put him outside of the top 10.
That would be absurd.
And put,
but I don't,
Purdy
even,
and put
even
a
after
Jalen
the win,
Hurts and put a Dak Prescott.
I don't think I could put him ahead of Lamar. There's still a couple of these guys on that list that I think I would struggle with, because I do think, look, Lamar's gotten paid and the team continues to be, they're not winning the Super Bowl, but it's not because of him. Like I do have
his playoff record's 3-5.
I know, but look who he's played to.
Yes. Yep.
I mean, he's
that's a
played
part of it, but
dudes
Sam had to play
over again.
Purdy and Stafford,
I know.
Yep.
I know. But you also saw what happened in the Niners. They paid Brock Purdy.
That's right.
Who I think is similar to Sam in some ways. They're not the same type of player, but kind of same. I would put them pretty evenly matched on a ranking list. I like Purdy a lot.
Yep.
So that's not an insult. But are they guys you want to pay huge money to? And that's where this gets interesting with Sam. Not necessarily right away, because there will be folks who say, all right, rip up his deal and pay him.
Oh, I saw it last night.
Yeah. God, no.
No.
Don't do that.
No.
Ride this out.
You bet on him. He bet on you. It was unbelievable. He won another $4 million, or earned another $4 million in incentives.
He won it.
He did win
it.
He did. Yeah. And he earned it, and he did both of those things, and he made, in totality this year, some $40 million. Amazing. And next year, you're going to pull the trigger in year 2 of a deal. Oh, by the way, you're not going to hurt any feelings. This is the way we do business here in Seattle. This is the way we've done it since the very beginning. And guys wanted to rip up deals and get paid, and we don't do that until going into the final year of the contract.
I just wonder whether he would be able to look around and say, all right.
I would think so.
If they pay me like Josh Allen,
yes,
we can't win.
That's right.
I can't do that.
And I want to win.
I'm not good enough at being that style of a quarterback to put everything back on my shoulders and think that I'm going to still continue to compete.
Yeah, he'd be the one that would look at Tom Brady and go, that guy had it kind of figured out. Because Tom Brady was pretty savvy with his contracts and knowing how to spread the wealth.
And easier to do when you're married to Giselle, and there's a lot of other money coming into your life.
His grandpa was Richard Hammer.
That's true. Okay? I don't know how much money you get for that.
The Marlboro Man is still...
Isn't his dad a plumber?
He's still making royalties.
Maybe his dad sold to private equity. He didn't need any of this money anyway. I don't know. Not everybody will buy in right away. Ryan Clark, cut number 10 here. He's not quite there yet with Sam.
In the NFC, how many quarterbacks I take? I take 8. I take Stafford, Hurts, Purdy, Mayfield, Love, Goff. They all win a Super Bowl with this Seattle Seahawks team right now. I take Williams. I take Daniels. Williams and Daniels, more upside than Sam Darnold. They showed more in this league in the first 2 years of their career. All of these quarterbacks, listen, look, put the camera on me. All 8 of these quarterbacks, if the starting quarterback for the Seattle Seahawks, they win the Super Bowl. And most of these quarterbacks, if they're the starting quarterback for the Seattle Seahawks, they beat the New England Patriots worse than they won with Sam Darnold. Now, I get it. Sam Darnold, I believe in him. He's a Pro Bowl caliber quarterback. He's a Pro Bowl quarterback. The last 2 years have been phenomenal. This is not a knock on Sam Darnold. This is, if I'm drafting these quarterbacks in the NFC, I take all of them before I take him.
Wow. That's fine. Yeah, I absolutely don't. And that's somebody. That's fine. Ryan isn't as close to it as we are, Salk.
That's true.
He's looking at he's watching the games. He's looking at some of the
tape. There is some merit to what
numbers.
he's saying, by the way. I think it's over the top, but I understand his point.
Yeah.
I'm not going to sit here and agree with him.
He's talking about traits. He's talking about Salk if he was at this Under Armour All-American camp,
yeah,
right, with 8 other quarterbacks. And Sam's traits, are they going to be better than Caleb Williams? No. Is his arm Matthew Stafford's? No. Does he have Jaden Daniels' athleticism? No. Right? But
you probably have to be around him to understand.
You absolutely do.
Yeah, I get it. From looking from afar, I think his take. I can't say it makes sense. That's not right. It still doesn't make sense. It's over the top. It's kind of ridiculous. And then to come around the back way and be like, well, I still like him. This isn't an insult. Like, come on, man. Just own the take.
Baker,
you just said to put the camera on you. Just own the take.
Jared Goff,
right.
Dak Prescott. Come on.
But I understand the point that those guys might have more talents and there's or more upside or whatever it is. But this guy was the number 3 overall pick who just won a Super Bowl after winning 31 games in 2 years.
Yeah. And by the way, if I use
that
analogy, and if you went to this Under Armour camp, it's not like his arm's better than Brock Purdy's. His arm's better than a bunch of those guys. Right. And he is 6'3", and he is athletic, and he can move around. And you'd be like, oh, Yeah, maybe he's, kind of a pale redheaded guy, but oh gosh, he's really good too. And he's a really good player. And oh, by the way, his guys love him and follow him.
Okay, so
and what some of those other guys don't get, and I saw did you see Jaden Daniels? He walked by, you didn't recognize anybody.
No chance.
And of course his mom was right behind. I think Moore and I saw that. He kind of walked right by us there. And he's not a big, huge presence guy. And it's really hard. And those guys got scarred. Caleb got scarred year 1 and played better year 2. Jaden got really scarred this year, and we'll see how he responds to it. Baker has used his scars to just be, a pretty savage competitor and win a lot of games.
Let me ask you some of that Ryan Clark conversation.
Yes.
How many of those quarterbacks do you think could have won a Super Bowl with these Seahawks? Because I actually think a few of them.
I think a few of them could, but...
do I think Brock Purdy could have won a Super Bowl with these Seahawks? Yeah.
I don't think he could have made all the plays in the NFC title game.
Well, he might have made different plays. But he might have made different plays. I think he could. I just believe it. I think he's a really good quarterback. And I think if you put this team around him, this defense, asked him to do those things, I think he probably could have. Baker Mayfield? I don't know. You guys know I'm a big Baker fan.
Yeah.
There's a little...
volatility.
Thank you. That's the word I was about to use. Mm-hmm. There's a little volatility there that I'm not sure about. Caleb Williams? Not this year. Maybe next year, but maybe moving forward, right, if he continues to develop.
There's some real timing and accuracy issues with him.
Jared Goff? Maybe. Jared Goff might have won a Super Bowl with this group.
I think you can argue that Lions team had a pretty similar level of depth and completeness, but I think Dan Campbell made some coaching errors in their playoff.
Yeah, and they don't have the defense that this team does, obviously. So could Jared Goff have won? Maybe. Like, I think he probably could have. I think there's some arguments for guys where I'm like...
But when someone does it,
but
he actually does it.
Right. So
and wins 31 of his last 38 games in 2 different organizations and elevates everybody.
So
why can't you still give him his due?
Yeah, no, I agree, Brock. He's the guy now. He gets his due. That doesn't necessarily mean he's got to get a payday. And that's where I think that you have to have that conversation. And maybe that's where some of these points are taken of like, hey, that's fine, but are you going to pay him that way?
Mm-hmm.
Because if you do, you're going to have to make sacrifices elsewhere.
And the beautiful thing
and
about
can
this,
they handle it? Can he be that type of quarterback?
The beautiful thing about the way they did all of this and why John Schneider was the most worthy executive of the year, guess what they signed him to? A 3-year deal.
Yeah.
A 3-year deal. And there's going to be no reason to rush to any of that. And Sam would be the first to say, take care of JSN, take care of Spoon, take care of the prioritized free agents, take care of all those guys. And then you know what? We win another Lombardi next year.
You think a lot of people are going to say that. You don't know that they're going to say that.
It helps a little when you're the 3rd pick of the draft.
It does.
It helps a little when you've been in 5 organizations. It helps when you know you got the right fit.
I'm just saying
Salk, people have come for me for years. And I have always said, I can't leave Salk. I can't leave Salk. Are you kidding me?
That's nice.
Kyle, give me less. I just got to take less to stay here.
That must be it. That must be it. That must be why I'm so highly paid.
Yes.
Let's do some Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88, powered by Xfinity.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Heward tackles 3 football questions as only he can.
Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Oh, it's such a good point. Don't discount Sam's durability. Great points. I mean, it's a really, it's a huge quality, his availability, for sure. All right, Brock, question number 1. Pro Football Focus had their grades come out. Who'd they like? Who did they not?
You know what stood out to me more than anything else?
Devin Witherspoon better have like one of the highest grades.
He had a 61 grade.
Get the hell out of here.
Yes.
Then throw this out.
No.
That's ridiculous.
Because what was most
Derek Hall?
If
Derek Hall's not in the top 5, then throw this crap out.
Yeah.
Byron Murphy?
Nah, Derek Hall had a good grade.
Okay. Byron Murphy?
You know what stood out to me the most, though? Okay, so let's see. Then you know what? The highest grade on defense was, of course, Riley Mills. He didn't have to play many. He had like 5 questions, and he nailed it. Byron Murphy was number 3.
Okay,
Boye was number 4.
Okay.
He had all those guys. Derek Hall was top 10. Kobe Bryant, actually. Your boy Julian Love not graded so well in this one.
Kobe Bryant, they obviously really appreciate where he stole the interception away from Julian Love.
That's right.
That's what made him the 2nd highest graded. Get out of here.
Here's what
this stuff is
I know,
dumb.
But here's what stood out. You got to take it in totality, and here's what stood out. We threw a lot of flowers at a lot of people, and we will continue to do so, right? Special teams and Michael Dixon and Ken Walker and all of this. You know who played a phenomenal game, according to PFF? And actually, your eyes saw this too. You just didn't track them as much as the ball. Charles Cross and Abe Lucas were phenomenal. So they were number 1 and number 3 in the offensive grades. So sealing those edges, everything that Schlereth talked about Ken having that time. You know why? Contrast it to Will Campbell and Morgan Moses. Right, look at the edges. You heard Mike Vrabel going into halftime of that game, and he was asked. I think Kaylee asked him, he's like, it's pretty simple, the edges. Like, we're not winning the edges.
Yeah.
They're absolutely denting it defensively, and then they're sealing it offensively. So we gave a ton of credit to so many of those defensive players, special teamers, Abe Lucas, Charles Cross. We didn't mention their name yesterday, and the tape will tell you they also played phenomenal football games.
All right, who was on the low end of that?
On the offensive side, Bradford was on the low ends.
Oh, really?
Yeah, his run grade I think was like 11. It was pretty tough. It wasn't quite Valmea tough, but it was a pretty low. Gray Zabel played a great game. His totality of his stats this year were just phenomenal.
Anybody on defense get a low grade?
Julian got a low grade. Yeah, and that's kind of.
He had the one missed tackle.
Yeah,
but
I don't know how they.
How do you even?
That.
Okay, you know what? Yeah. I shouldn't ask. Question number 2.
Reek didn't have a real high.
No. I mean, that one's fine. Yeah. I can understand that. All right, Brock, one Seahawk we've barely talked about, but made Super Bowl history.
He did.
Not Jason Myers, not Michael Dixon. Who is it?
Nope. Leslie Frazier.
For what?
40 years between Super Bowls. So he won it as a player. You realize he was a corner for the Bears
Super
in
Bowl
85?
20, yeah.
He was a corner for the Bears in 85. Think about Jeff.
He was?
Yes.
I don't think I knew that.
Jeff Fisher was a safety for the Bears in 85. Did you know that?
No.
Yes.
Backups?
Yes.
I mean, Dave Duerson, I know, was the safety. I forget the other safeties.
Yeah, how about that? Gary Fensick? Was it Gary Fensick?
Maybe, yeah.
Yes. But Jeff Fisher, Leslie Frazier, man, there were a lot of branches off that Bears tree.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Leslie Frazier wins a Super Bowl in 1985, and 40 years later turns around and wins one as the assistant head coach. Remember that. He's on my list today.
Yeah.
Because, again, so much praise for so many people, and it was so cool. And Leslie Frazier is kind of a Tony Dungy disciple, kind of in the background. Right, he spent time in Tampa and different places, been D coordinator, years in Minnesota, years in Buffalo, getting close to the Super Bowl. But I have a hunch that just his calm way, his steady hand, his 4 decades in this league, I bet you Mike Macdonald will shed a little bit of light on that. But pretty cool, 40 years apart. Leslie Frazier, a Super Bowl champion.
That's very cool. All right, question number 3.
By the way, I'm questioning myself now, but I don't think I should. I do. Jeff Fisher was a.
I'll go back and look it up for you.
You go look at the 85 Bears roster.
All right. Brock, the vibe from Seahawks reporters seems to be that who is
going to be an inside
job.
Yeah, it feels like, and again, you just kind of read the tea leaves a little bit, and Brady tweeted that out, and I think Hogblogger and Greg Bell and a bunch of the folks that were all around this team after the game kind of get the sense, and I think it makes the most sense, to elevate from within. There has been so much turnover in change here, right? Jackson Smith and Jigba's going to have his 4th offensive coordinator in 4 years. You know what I don't want him doing? I don't want him learning yet another foreign language. And I don't think they're going to go outside of the tree. And frankly, I don't think they need to go outside of this building. So Otten, the run game, running back coach at the end of it, Justin Otten, run game kind of coordinator, working with that whole O-line brain trust. He's on staff. Rick Dennison has called plays in this league in the past. The assistant O-line coach, the run game coordinator, he's called plays. He's on staff. And Jake Peets, the passing game coordinator, the one of the few holdovers from Ryan Grubb's staff, who's got the LA Rams background and everything else. So you kind of... And I'm going to really trust Mike and John. I don't know. People ask me, what would you do? I don't know. I'm going to trust, honestly, John and Mike, because they have about 1 million data points of all of those men in the building, but I want it from within. And I think if you keep it from within, you keep more of those guys I just mentioned. So whoever is elevated, hopefully the other 2 continue to stick around here, because continuity wouldn't be a bad thing.
Justin Otten's the name I think I've heard the most.
Yeah.
But...
an old Syracuse center, called plays before. I think that was in Tennessee. He does have some of that line of scrimmage background that I like and familiarity here. And I think Janoko, the QB coach, likely goes to Vegas, to be their OC in title and get the bump that, he's deserving of after years and years with Clint and New Orleans and other spots as well. So that will be determined, I would think, with the combine right around the corner, like these things in free agency, like these things now come at you in a hurry. Something Mike Macdonald says, yeah, I'll sign up for that every year on the Insiders yesterday. Like, hey, man, combine like 12 days away, new league year. That's okay. I'll sign up for that.
All right, that is today's Blue 88. Jeff Fisher, drafted by the Bears in 1981, played for 5 years, won a Super Bowl ring in 85 while on injured reserve.
He was on IR that year.
So during his final season as a player. So
and I think that was his final year, and I think that was Leslie Frazier's final year.
Interesting.
Yes. I think both of them after that 85 hosting the trophy, knowing like, hey, you know what I'm going to get into? Coaching. And I'm going to be around the game for decades and decades and decades.
Yeah, both of them had a lot of success, that's
Sure
for
have.
sure, and been a lot of very in good places, important places, and done a lot of good stuff. So, all right, well, here we are, Brock. Mike Macdonald's going to join us at 9:30. That's why we're down at Virginia Mason Athletic Center today, Seahawks HQ. Daniel Jeremiah.
Final show with DJ for a while.
Yeah,
before
and
the draft.
Same with Mike, I'm guessing.
Yeah,
I don't
probably.
think he's going to want to do this again next week.
No, he's got a lot of catch-up work to do.
I was thinking.
Think about that.
He
Think
doesn't
about
have
how much.
any vacation here.
No.
He's like right on to next year.
You have to be. And all of the free agency
I know, but that
decisions and
stinks.
Go to the combine.
Doesn't that kind of stink?
I mean, they missed the Senior Bowl, Salk. They're already playing catch-up.
Man.
Just
I mean,
don't
thankfully,
you know this.
There's already like 15 players, though, that they can just cross off their list that are never going to make it to them at 32.
We know this in talking to Justin and Jerry behind the scenes. It never stops.
Right.
It never stops in baseball, really. It really never stops in football. And honestly, like, it's a good problem to have. You want to lift the Lombardi. And you know, if I heard it once, Salk, I heard it from like 5 different people. They didn't want this thing to end. How amazing is that? Gray Zabel, think about this for a second. Gray Zabel played 22 games. Almost 2 college seasons. The 17 regular, 3 postseason. Remember, he played a half in every one of those 3 preseason games. So like 21 and a half games this guy played, and he doesn't want it to stop. Like, they want to keep – Nicky Manwari, I heard him say it. A.J. Barner said it. Coach Macdonald said it. Like, the only bummer with this is we just want to keep going.
Because they just love each other.
They do.
Like being around each other.
They do.
And maybe they'll all get teacup rides together, and they can keep the fun going. All right, DJ at 8:30 and Mike Macdonald at 9:30, and the question on everybody's mind next.
It's why we bake in the sun out on the berm every summer at training camp. It's why we scream till it hurts. Come fall and winter.
Listen to the 12th man.
It's why we're 12s.
And the party begins. The Seahawks win Super Bowl 60.
Soak it in.
They lived up to the dark side today. It's going to go down in the history books.
We are the home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks. Seattle Sports.
You know, it's so great. We just got done talking about because these guys love each other, because they're great teammates. Man, this team here, this football team that won the title was chock full of so many incredible teammates that at times picked up the pace for the other, at times brought a different skill set to it. And my friends, honestly, at First Mark Insurance, to me, are the exact same thing. They're an amazing teammate. Many of us do not want to deal with the stress and confusion of insurance. You just don't. You just want to assume your teammate's doing the right thing for you, right? Am I getting the right rates? Am I paying the right prices? Why are my premiums going up? Well, do what Molly and I did. My parents have done. Many of my friends and family have done. Take the First Mark Insurance Challenge and go find out. They are the teammate that goes to work for you. They will look at your coverage. They understand it, making sure you're not overpaying for the wrong coverage. Then, unlike you and me, they go to the market. Dozens of major carriers they have worked with for decades to find you the best fit. No stress, no confusion. And they spent the last 30 years helping thousands of families successfully manage this world of insurance. So on this Tuesday morning, you find yourself a little confused, a little stressed with insurance, turn to your teammate. Turn to First Mark Insurance. Go to firstmarkinsurance.com. And by the way, it's totally free. Firstmarkinsurance.com. Your teammate that goes to work for you.
Good Dog Auto Glass. When the stakes are high, you want the best on your team. When your windshield breaks, don't settle for your insurance company's fix that's just safe enough. Trust Good Dog Auto Glass, where the quality isn't light. We do all the things the little guys don't, and we do all the things the big guy does.
We answer the phone when you call. We work for you, and we will walk you through the insurance process. Visit GoodDogAutoGlass.com, Puget Sound's most trusted auto glass company, and get more bang for your bark.
This is Rick Jones of Goldberg Jones Divorce for Men. Child custody is the most emotional issue our clients face. And if you're a divorcing father, the relationship with your children is about to change. But that change doesn't have to be for the worse. Kids already feel the stress of parents who don't get along, but they can thrive after a divorce. Kids trust their dads. Their dads trust Goldberg Jones. Go to goldbergjones.com to get your questions answered at no charge. goldbergjones.com.
It's the Super Smart Top Special at Olympic. Save on a new hot tub and get a free Smart Top cover worth $3,700. Super Smart Top Special savings will make you feel, well, super. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Hey everyone, Rick Witters, owner of Cressy Door. At Cressy Door, we offer top-of-the-line garage doors, garage door service, and garage door repairs. Residential or commercial, please consider Cressy Door for all of your garage door needs. Cressy Door.
Ooh, that face. Quantum Fiber Internet loves that face.
That's Jamila.
Hey, Jamila.
She's thinking outside the box from inside the box.
Quantum Fiber Wi-Fi keeps her meeting game strong. From the back door to the front lawn.
Rushing all of her video calls. Back to back to back video calls.
Quantum Fiber Internet blowing the soxies up all those people in all those boxes. Yay to you.
Switch today at quantumfiber.com. Additional pods may be needed to achieve Wi-Fi coverage in some locations. Limited availability. Service in select locations only.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
They are bringing the Lombardi back to the Northwest.
This is the power of 12 is 1, man.
KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, admit it. This is the question that you've been pondering in your head, whether you've been willing to say it out loud or not yet. Whether you just want to wait until after the parade, which will be tomorrow. But how poised is this team to roll off more? That's the question. Everybody knows it's the next question. Once you win, you got to figure out how close you are to winning again. And I will start by telling you that I have a certain amount of hatred for this question, even though I'm asking.
I really do. I don't even want to answer it right now, Salk.
No, I
just enjoy this one?
I do have a little hatred for it because, as I mentioned to Breer earlier today, I've got this like vivid memory. I know right where I was and what apartment I was living in at the time when Aaron Rodgers and the Packers beat the Steelers. And I remember the next day them saying, this team is as well set up as any in history to go on a run. They've got the youngest team in the league. They've got a quarterback in Aaron. Like, they have it all.
Great ownership, stability.
Great GM, like all of it. And they haven't won since. They haven't been back since.
No.
I mean, like, they've been close. They've been to NFC Championship games. But, you know, sometimes their quarterback would just quit in those games. You never know. Like, they haven't been back since. So, regardless of the answer today, the NFL is such a who-knows league, and things change so rapidly that there is a certain amount of impossibility to trying to answer this question. But all of that being said, I think the Seahawks are in great shape to roll off more of these. They've got a better young coach than that team did, than that Green Bay team did. I think they might have a better build to their roster and the way things aren't focused on the quarterback so much. And as long as you keep it built the right way, if you don't get caught up in have-tos, into overpaying people, then I do think that they are poised with a young roster, with a incredibly smart head coach and GM who are in alignment with an organization that makes sense. I do think they're poised to continue to compete for these for a while.
The margin, and the reason we know this with all of these teams, the margin is so unbelievably
so small.
So
Injuries,
thin.
And who else does
Bert said
what?
that in the 6 a.m. hour, that it was surprising, and some of why the Super Bowl, I think, for some was a bit lethargic because the Seahawks, you don't normally see a team have the margin to make the decisions they made to play as conservatively as they did throughout that Super Bowl because they were so much better on one side of the ball with their defense, suffocating the life out of New England. You normally don't get that. And in the league, in the whole structure of this thing, and the way free agency is going to work, the way the draft's going to work, the schedule is going to work, you're going to have first place, all of these things, everything is set up to be against you. It's a roadblock. It is a hill. It is something you've got more adversity going into it than your peers are going to have. You're going to lose coaches. You're going to lose players. You will. And so how do you, continue to keep that going forward? Well, I think your head coach really, really matters. I think Andy Reid was able to do it for a long time, and Bill Belichick in New England with Tom was able to do it a long time because that position really, really deeply matters. To have a growth mindset, can you still make it about others and not take the credit yourself? Can you do that? And then obviously, your quarterback. And I sure hope Steve Young's right. I hope this is the next 10 years. I hope Sam's going to give you a chance because those two things at least give you like a golf round, Salk, at least puts you to the weekend. You get through and you make the cut, and now we get to the weekend, and we'll see where our team is, our health is, our rise is, all the other components that go.
They don't have to make too many decisions right now. They have some.
Because it turned out A-Rod and Mike McCarthy,
never got back.
Not going to happen. Turns out Sean Payton, pretty irascible, pretty difficult, not going to happen in New Orleans. Turns out with Carolina and Ron Rivera and Cam Newton, too much volatility. Not going to happen. Go through a lot of these one-and-dones, not going to happen. Turns out, unfortunately, with that 14 play in the Seahawks Super Bowl, that just kind of unfortunately just popped the balloon.
Yeah, the brain drain there as well was obviously a big part of it, but I just don't get caught up in the have-tos.
That's right.
You can't. Now, they don't have that many big decisions this offseason. I'm not saying they have zero, but you don't have to decide yet on JSN. You don't have to decide yet on Spoon. You don't have to decide yet on Sam Darnold and what you want to do there. There are still some of your bigger decisions. Byron Murphy is still on a rookie contract. Like, you still have some time. You got to decide on Ken Walker. You got to decide on Boye Mafe. You got to decide on Kobe Bryant. I'm not saying there's none. Those are all relevant, but Brock, those are not at the same level and are not going to make as much from anybody as the guys I just mentioned. Spoon and JSN. I mean, those are the really difficult decisions.
No, those aren't. Those are done. I'm serious. Those guys are.
You're going to pay JSN top of the market?
You're going to fold him into the contract, right? You're going to try to really get, you're going to, first of all, pick up their fifth-year options.
Sure.
They're
I'm
both,
into that. Yep.
Now, and that will give you a starting point.
You still have 2 more years.
It's like arbitration. Here's year 4. Right. Here's year 5.
So those 2 are done.
Yes. I honestly, I think those 2 are going to get extended. They're going to get done. Here's what we did with Charles. Here's like the way the system works. I mean, you could play it out and be here next 2 and not get your money, but kind of like Cal Raleigh and these guys and void out arbitration years, I think those are going to get done. I'd be very, very confident. I don't know when that is. It's not tomorrow. But I think that as far as, I say that in this sense, as far as like structurally in this building, these things here, these are going to get done. So now this gives us this much more in the kitty, in the budget, to take care of and prioritize the rest of these decisions. Does that make sense? Why are you giving me that look?
I just want to be very careful before paying
No
everybody.
have-tos.
Yeah.
No have-tos.
I don't want to hear any he's the best receiver in the league. I got to pay him. Like,
right.
Let's hang on a second. Let's make and I love JSN. Don't get me wrong. Love the personality. Love it all. Think he's a perfect fit for the offense. They used him great. I don't know whether I want to get into a situation where I'm paying everybody. And I absolutely,
That's true.
1,000% am going to value the people up front before I value anybody else. I'll be honest with you, Brock. Who do I want to pay? If you tell me I've got to pay one or the other right now, I'd rather pay Byron Murphy than I would than JSN. That's not to say that he would make as much or that I don't want both. I do. But if you tell me right now, well, you can pay one of these two, and I'm not saying it comes down to that, but I just want to be very clear. If you want this thing to continue long term, you have to make the right decisions on all these guys. And that starts on the line of scrimmage.
Yes.
It starts with this
So
defense.
who did they get done? Who did they get done? Charles Cross.
Absolutely. Abe Lucas.
Yep.
I love those deals.
Yep.
Love them.
Yep.
And if they get JSN on like the Tyler Lockett deal that they had, great. But I don't know whether it's as simple as that. So this is not an anti-JSN or anything like that. I love the guy. I love his fit. But just like with DK Metcalf, I am going to be very, very, very nervous about paying a wide receiver big money to go stand near the sideline instead of at the line of scrimmage.
Yep.
I'm sorry. It's gonna continue to be that problem.
You know what is really cool too? In this second rebuild, it feels like just time on task, right? Just time on task. Just John and his personnel department and everybody. They've done it before.
You saw some of the mistakes when you get into the have to.
And I think you learn alongside Mike, like what Mike needs and what Mike wants, and the supply chain. While it might be a little pinched at 32. You did this. Let's remember, you did this because top 10 Charles Cross, top 5 Devin Witherspoon, top 20 JSN.
Yep.
Like you're difference makers. And again, it makes it harder when you're 32.
But you got to get some of those
but
right.
It also means
you can't have the Kristen Michaels and some of the misses that they've had. But you also can't pay Ken Walker top of the market for the next 5 years.
Yep.
Don't do that.
Can't
if
do
you
it
got to franchise them for a year to kind of wait and see, fine. But do not get into paying guys that don't play the premier positions any more than you've got to pay them, because I think that's where you start to get yourself in trouble. All right, coming up, Brock, we'll give you guys everything you need to know. Then Daniel Jeremiah, Mike Macdonald at 9:30. It is Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Soak it in, Seattle.
3, 2, 1. The Seahawks win Super Bowl 60. They are bringing the Lombardi back to the Northwest.
Congratulations to your Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks.
We got the best team. 12-1. We never wavered, man. We believed in each other. We loved each other. And now we're world champions.
And this is where the champs play. The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
If you've been in a wreck or a fender bender,
you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility, not just where your insurance company tells you to go. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. With over 25 years of auto repair work, they'll exceed your expectations.
we meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
At Accurate Auto Body, all their work is performed by certified technicians, only using OEM parts to guarantee the safety of you and your family. For the best in auto body collision repair and customer service, give them a call at 425-883-2450 or AccurateAutoBodyWA.com. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
we meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
This is Chris Davis with the Davis Law Group. Did you know that a pedestrian does not have to be crossing the street on a marked crosswalk to have a successful legal claim against the driver? Pedestrians can even be partially at fault for a collision and still have a valuable claim. Call us today for a free consultation or get my free book on pedestrian accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com. That's Davis Law Group, better service and even better results.
The Seattle Seahawks are Super Bowl 60 champions. And now Wilson, the official football of the NFL, has released the limited edition Super Bowl 60 champions Duke Game Ball, exclusively available at BigTimeBats.com. This authentic 4-panel leather football features the Seahawks logo, bold Super Bowl champions lettering, the final score and date of the game, and the official Super Bowl 60 logo. Officially licensed, limited edition. Visit BigTimeBats.com and get the Seahawks Super Bowl 60 champions Duke game ball before they sell out.
Old windows cost you money and security. Lake Washington Windows and Doors installs energy-efficient, high-security windows that lower your bills and increase protection. With leak armor installation and lifetime warranties, you're protected for life. Choose LakeWashingtonWindows.com today.
Trust is everything. Earning it takes years. Losing it takes 5 seconds.
Lee Johnson Auto Family.
At the UPS Store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. And still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open. And happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed. Plus free premium delivery with any bed and base. Ends Monday. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Home of your Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks.
They are bringing the Lombardi back to the Northwest.
Seattle Sports.
Seattle Sports Championship Parade coverage is provided by Harborstone Credit Union. It's a good day to be a football fan and a Harborstone Credit Union member. They've been voted the best credit union and best place to work. They're in the top 1% of credit unions for products and services in Washington State, and they've got a best-in-class mobile app. Harborstone Credit Union delivers real support to help people thrive. With over 30 branches from Olympia to Bellingham, find one near you. Go to harborstone.com.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot.
Get your championship gear at Simply Seattle, your go-to shop for Seahawks gear with both licensed and custom designs you won't find anywhere else. Use code ESPN15 for 15% off your order at simplyseattle.com. Celebrate the title with jerseys, shirts, hoodies, hats, and collectibles. Want your gear in time for the parade? Shop in person at Simply Seattle on First Ave. And get ready for spring training with Mariners gear and Simply Originals like the Kid Logo hoodie. Code ESPN15 at simplyseattle.com.
P&D Tree Service, experts in local tree removal. Their team works fast to remove problem trees in your yard and neighborhood. Have you ever seen a tree removed by a crane? P&D Tree Services specializes in close-quarter tree removal to minimize impact on your landscaping. 24-hour emergency service. Any job, big or small. Safe, efficient, and fast. P&D Tree Service turns multi-day jobs into a few hours, saving you time and money. Enjoy a clean, safe, and bright yard. PNDTreeService.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, the Seahawks are back, Brock. They are back in Seattle. Plane got them back yesterday. Mike Macdonald had all of his media obligations, like coming on our show a little bit later this morning at 9:30.
You think we're the cherry on top of all of them, though?
Yeah, like he did Kimmel as like a little...
Kimmel, yeah.
And then he's like, okay, finally, I get to do my guys, Brock and Salk.
We're like the teacup ride at Disney.
We'll get to those in just a sec. Things will be different for them now, right? And they're not going to fly as under the radar, certainly as they did. A lot more late night, primetime games, all of it. And he knows that that'll be a little bit of a change.
Well, we use the term chasing edges here in Seattle. You have to live like that. You can't be copying everybody else. We want to be on the forefront of things. We know that We know that we're target number one now, but it's really going to be our mentality for us to keep pushing the envelope with our personnel, where we can take things at our speed, And so there's going to be times where we feel like teams get a beat on us, and we're going to have to move and shake, and that's happened several times throughout this season as well. And that's just how we operate.
Growth mindset.
Just don't copy everybody else.
Part of me,
be a leader, not a follower.
Part of me, and I get it. Just driving on 405 last night and seeing and Salk tweeted out, I retweeted it, the big image of the Lombardi that is just like 1/3 of the whole VMAC. It is so cool, the projection of all of that. And then this morning when it was still dark and pulling in here, and you see it, and it's like a beacon of light. And there's part of me as a fan, Salk, I understand. I just want to keep all this together. Can we just freeze time? Can we have all these guys on these contracts making this money? Can we just totally replicate this thing next year?
Mm-hmm.
No. Because the league doesn't work that way.
No.
This isn't even college in that way. There used to be a time where I'd have 3 years where I got to see these guys as freshmen to sophomores to juniors and seniors, and then you could kind of put your arms around it. Not anymore. Not in college. Certainly not in the NFL. It is a year-to-year deal. That's why a bunch of them were sad. And I got it. That plane ride last night. They know. The savvy guys and even the young guys know this will never be the same. We will never have this collection of people in the same way we did this year.
It's all true, and it can, unfortunately go up in smoke in a hurry. Maybe that's why Ken Walker and Sam Darnold really took advantage of their moment. Flown down to Disneyland, they jumped on those teacups together. Did they do other rides together, or was it just the teacups? Did they do the Tower of Terror?
The Dumbo
ride? Were they going up and down on Dumbo? What else did they do together?
Alice in Wonderland.
Did they go to the princess breakfast and get the pancakes served by Cinderella and Ariel?
Neverland.
Did they do all of these things or not?
Pirates of the Caribbean.
I need so much more information on this.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
When Pirates of the Caribbean has that one little drop, did either of them scream?
The Cars ride. Did they go on the Cars ride?
Best ride there, man.
It kind of was.
The Cars ride is awesome. If you ever at California Adventure, that Cars ride is sick. It's so good. And I'm not a ride person, but that Cars ride is ridiculous. Parade day tomorrow, 10 a.m. Lumen Field is the trophy presentation. That is sold out. You needed a ticket for it, even though they were free. It's sold out. And then the parade will go up 4th Ave from the stadium up to Seattle Center. For whatever reason, they've decided not. I think it's the bus lanes.
Yeah.
Must be because of the buses get 3rd Ave, so they're going to take 4th. Yeah, I made that joke a few times yesterday. Nice. Yeah, I wonder why they're not doing 3rd. I guess
7-minute abs is better than 6-minute abs. So 4th Avenue.
It's because it's a higher
3rd.
number.
Yes.
Yeah. And 5th, you can't. It's got the monorail.
No,
I mean, that just wouldn't work. No. So you really, the buses, the monorail kind of limits.
Did I see somebody saying there could be 800,900 up to 1 million?
I heard there could be 1 million people there.
That's so cool.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how they estimate those things. I mean, we'll see what happens. Let's see, Clint Kubiak, I don't know whether he can come. He seems to be pretty busy. Touchdown in Vegas yesterday. And now Mike Macdonald says, cut 5, he's got to deal with replacing him.
Well, it was tremendous. I mean, that was a critical decision for us on who was going to be leading our offense this year. And I think we made the right decision, which is pretty cool. And I think part of what made it so great was the staff that we were able to put together around Clint as well. As awesome as Clint did, it was a team effort. I think he'd be the first person to tell you that. And so we got some awesome coaches in-house that are going to be great candidates for us, but we're going to go through our process like we did last time. It's not going to take as long as it did last year, I can tell you that. But we're going to try to move pretty quickly so we can get moving and put the best staff we can possibly put together for our team. And something that I don't really want to think about right now, but unfortunately that's what we need to do.
All right, so we will ask Mike about that later this morning at 9:30. Meanwhile, Brock, we debated and talked about how you make this thing sustainable. Will they have an advantage now in free agency after winning a ring? Is there the, hey, I want to go there to be a part of this factor? Chris Canty this morning asked about that exact scenario.
If you want to compete and win a championship, do you go to Seattle? You got the Sean McVay of coaches on the defensive side of the ball. You got no state income taxes in Washington State, so you're keeping most of that check. And then you've got a quarterback where you got proof of concept that he can win a championship in Sam Darnold. Is Seattle now a place that guys want to go and ring chase?
I can't imagine, honestly, with all of the buildup of Super Week and I can't imagine from a culture standpoint, there's anybody, just perception-wise, from afar, that doesn't look at Seattle and go, I got to play there. I can't coach. Those dudes have so much fun. DeMarcus Lawrence was right. I'm never going to win a Super Bowl in my current team.
Yep.
I can't imagine somebody having more culture equity than the Seahawks program does right now.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Maybe they could trade Jalen Milroe, too. Seriously. That's literally the headline right now on ESPN.com. Could teams ask about Jalen Milroe?
Awesome.
That's the number one headline right now.
2 days later.
2 days later.
I love it.
Hey, he's been in this situation.
Sure.
They stopped playing him for whatever reason, but yeah.
Of course you should. First rounder.
Call.
Top 5.
Let's have this conversation.
Hey, Jets. Gonna miss out on.
Oh man,
where would he be in this draft? Take him.
All right, that's everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. 425 says, of course Salk's not a ride person. Rides are fun. How dare you? I am a fun person in my own way, but I would like to be a rides person. I just vomit as soon as I get off of them.
I'll tell you,
I can't
the worst,
take those rides.
The worst ride. Molly got a concussion on it the last time we were on.
What?
Legitimate concussion. Yes, her brain was scrambled coming off of it. It's the big mountain there, isn't it? The oldest one.
Thunder Mountain?
No.
Space Mountain.
No. The
log flume?
Darn it. No. It's the oldest, right? And it's like a jerky.
She got a concussion.
Yeah, she legitimately got a concussion.
Well, you sued the park?
Is it the
They were
Matterhorn?
my employer. The Matterhorn. The Matterhorn.
Matterhorn.
Yes.
There's something called the Matterhorn. It's a similar name, different
Oh.
ride, at a place called Old Orchard Beach in Maine, which is my personal hell. This is the worst 5 minutes probably, well, other than having hurt my hand, the worst 5 minutes probably of my life. I get on this stupid ride at Old Orchard Beach. I'm like 10 or 11 years old. And this is just a ride that just goes around in a circle and goes up and down. It goes up and down in a circle, and then it goes faster, and then it goes backwards, and then it goes backwards faster. I've never wanted something to end more. I'm literally on the ride going, turn it off, turn it off, turn it off. I get off the ride finally. Thank God this stupid thing ends after 5 minutes. I get off the ride. Everybody walks to the right. I walk to the left and vomited just
everywhere.
absolutely
Yes.
everywhere.
Ugh.
That is like my personal hell.
Yep,
no,
thanks.
thank you.
No, thank you.
I'm out. That ride is the single worst thing. I wish I could have sued for my pizza bagel back or something. All right, let's get Jeremiah in here. We'll chat with him next. Again, we said Breer, Brock, one of the few people who really knows what's going on. Put DJ on that list as well. He'll join us next on Brock and Salk.
This is what it's all about, right?
The Seahawks win Super Bowl 60.
The pure joy.
To beat the Patriots, especially in the 49ers stadium, it means everything.
It's a great time to be alive for Seattle fans.
It's why we're 12s.
Just like Mike Macdonald said, we did not care.
We got a parade to get to.
The Seahawks Super Bowl parade is Wednesday.
We are the home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks.
They are bringing the Lombardi back to the Northwest.
Seattle Sports.
Hey, homeowners out there, especially in the Pacific Northwest, are you stuck on the credit card treadmill and stressed because your consumer debts and your monthly payments are just simply too high? Well, Brock Hewitt here with a smart solution for you. Your home's equity, especially in the Seattle metro market, is probably larger than ever. It's like you're sitting on a stack of cash. So why don't you consider a cash-out refinance with my friends at Tila Mortgage to consolidate your high-balance credit cards, your second mortgages, your home equity lines, credit, and student loans, or get cash for that remodel you've always wanted to do. With interest rates finally coming down, consolidating your debt right now may be the best decision you can ever make. With excellent client reviews and trusted in Washington for well over 25 years, Tila's got competitive rates on refinance, purchase, or reverse mortgages too. Tila, spelled T-I-L-A, is a name you could trust for truthful, honest, and ethical advice for all your mortgage needs. Give them a call this morning. They're waiting for you at 206-766-8888. That's 206-766-8888. Tila Mortgage LLC is a mortgage broker. MLS 247-2046.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Hey everyone, Rick Witters, owner of Cressy Door.
At Cressy Door, we offer top-of-the-line garage doors, garage door service, and garage door repairs. Residential or commercial, please consider Cressy Door for all of your garage door needs. Cressy Door.
Hey Hawk fans, Jake Bolo. Stormy weather is here. How's your roof holding up? Give Techline Roofing a call. With the strongest warranty in the business, Techline has you covered. That's Tekline. Roofing.com. Trust Techline.
Time is valuable. That's why Lowe's Blueprint Takeoffs turn blueprints into quotes faster. Bring us your plans, and we'll generate itemized material lists to make quoting easier so you can get back to building. Plus, at the Lowe's Pro Desk, you get access to thousands of building materials not sold in store. And when your order's ready, we'll deliver everything to the job site. Improving is easy at Lowe's.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Mike's Western Suppliers and CL Western Apparel remind parents to enroll your kids in a positive youth program. Sports, hobbies, and community activities improve overall health and performance in school. These programs decrease drug use and violence and develop self-discipline and leadership skills. Let's team together this year to help our kids reach their full potential. Best wishes to all our kids from the entire team at Mike's Western Suppliers and CL Western Apparel. Family owned and proudly serving our community for over 30 years.
The celebration continues.
We never wavered, man. We believed in each other. We loved each other.
On the home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Your old furnace ain't nice, and your toes are like ice. DayandNight.net. Save $1,700 when you have Day and Night match your current furnace with a qualifying AC or heat pump.
Your furnace is lonely all by itself, but it doesn't have to be. With our Matchmaker Special, we'll match your furnace with a perfect air conditioner or heat pump to keep your furnace company and your home comfy all year round.
Match your furnace to a qualifying cooling system and save $1,700.
DayandNight.net. Good Dog Auto Glass.
When the stakes are high, you want the best on your team. When your windshield breaks, don't settle for your insurance company's fix that's just safe enough. Trust Good Dog Auto Glass, where the quality isn't light. We do all the things the little guys don't, and we do all the things the big guy does.
We answer the phone when you call, we work for you, and we will walk you through the insurance process. Visit GoodDogAutoGlass.com, Puget Sound's most trusted auto glass company, and get more bang for your bark.
Dave Wyman here, joined by Dr. Landis from Swedish Cyberknife to talk about prostate cancer treatments. Dr. Landis, how does Cyberknife compare to surgery?
Patients who have surgery often do have to be hospitalized for a few days and have to take time off of work. They can have a catheter, they have a wound that's healing, whereas with Cyberknife, patients often don't have to take a break from work at all.
And Cyberknife is an outpatient, non-invasive treatment?
Essentially, it's a 5-day treatment, about 30 minutes per day. You walk in, you walk out, you essentially don't feel anything at all during treatment. Many patients still work full-time while they're having treatment.
5 days total, less than an hour a day to treat prostate cancer. That really is amazing. It's almost too good to be true. What do patients say after treatment?
They tell me it's like Star Trek, where you push a button and the cancer can go away.
If you, a friend, or a family member is diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider treatment with Swedish Cyberknife. Go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife.
He's Daniel Jeremiah.
I think he's really, really good.
And he's with Brock and Salk every week during the NFL season.
He could win an MVP.
Daniel's really smart. Daniel's probably the best in the business.
It's time for the Daniel Jeremiah Show, presented by Marquee Data.
Well, you said, Brock, that the players were sad, some of them, on the plane ride home, knowing that this is going to be the end and it would never truly be the same. And I guess that's the case with our final appearance of the year with Daniel Jeremiah. Now, it's closer to the draft, so hopefully we'll get to talk to him sooner rather than later. But here we go. Final Daniel Jeremiah appearance of the year. What's up, dude?
I'll tell you what, guys, it just feels great to be a champion. You know, as someone who's a regular guest in a Seattle market on the top show, I think that qualifies me for a ring.
Yeah.
It feels great to be a champion this morning.
You want me to ask John and Mike today? We'll see them. We're down here at the
What
Seahawks
size
facility.
ring do you take?
Yeah. It's, the wives can get the pendant. I don't know what's below the pendant, maybe it's like a pen.
$50 for coming on the Brock and Salk show, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That
Was there a little?
We'll take that.
Did you have a little sense of pride? Honestly, DJ, two things. Do you do this in many other markets on a weekly basis? And then secondly, as you watch them hoist the trophy and play that game, we'll go into the details of it. Was there kind of a little cool sense of pride that, man, I know this team maybe a little more than others because every week you get to join us here for a fun half hour?
Well, first of all, this is the only one that I do in a local market every single week. So this is my baby. You guys are my guys, and so this is how it worked out. And I feel very fortunate and blessed because I think about if this team was terrible, because I'm committed to watching them every week because we're going to have our conversation. So right. I mean, I hit the jackpot, the absolute jackpot, to be able to watch this team throughout the entire year. And like I've got ideas for the combine and for the draft that this whole process has helped me with. Like I've got searching for Seahawks, like how can you find the next JSN? Who in this draft could be a Leonard Williams light, like that type of stuff. So this has benefited me a heck of a lot more than I've benefited you. I can promise you that.
We talked to you on Tuesday, right? Last week, or was it Wednesday? Yeah. Regardless, by Friday, after spending 3 days at Radio Row,
Media
DJ,
Row,
whatever it is, DJ, legitimately, I think the only two national people that knew anything about this team were you and Albert Breer. I don't think anyone else in the entire Media Row knew the first freaking thing about the Seahawks. We'd have people on, or we'd talk to them around and be like, you guys know anything about Leonard Williams? They're like, who? Like, he's the best player on the field on Sunday. Like, yeah, whatever. I know Sam Darnold used to play with the Jets. Dude, no one knew a freaking thing. It wasn't disrespect. They literally didn't even know they existed, and they were in the damn Super Bowl.
Well, I mean, that's why, look, it's hard to keep up with all 32 teams, but this team had been the best team of football for a long time. So that kind of surprised me. But to me, that game, and when we talked last week, and it was like there's a million paths to victory for the Seahawks. There is a very narrow path to victory for the New England Patriots. They were just much better. And, even like we had said last week, Milton Williams on Bradford could be that's an advantage to the Patriots. Well, okay, he won some. He got a sack. Mm-hmm. He had some pressures. He did all right in that matchup. I thought, okay, well, Drake May, maybe he can use his legs a little bit. Okay, he did a little bit of that. Like the stuff that they did, it wasn't even close. Like there was not even close. It was just such a mismatch. And, if you look at all these Super Bowls over the last decade, for the most part, if you got four guys and they can't block them with five, like you have no chance of beating that team. And they couldn't block them.
Yeah, it's an old formula I think we've talked about for 17 years on this show. It was pretty good the first time around, and 13, pretty good 12 years later in this one as well. So just two or three things to summarize it, DJ. You were sitting there at NFL Network. I saw your little chessboard at halftime because you couldn't show any videos. You had stick figures with Devin Witherspoon's blitzes, which was great. But give me the two or three reasons why the Lombardi Trophy is back here in Seattle.
Well, I mean, it's hard to narrow it down just to two or three. I think they built it the right way in terms of, what they are up front on both sides. So they're a very, very extremely physical team. I thought, one of the more underrated things in football, which sounds silly if you think about it as a Pop Warner team, this is one of the best tackling teams I've seen in a long time. Like they are outstanding tackling at the second and third levels. So that's on the defensive side of the ball. And I think offensively, the key is they had the ability to get in different types of games. Like the Rams game, they knew what that required of Sam and of the offense, and then they could deliver that. But just the keen awareness of early on in the game, feeling out the fight and then being like, okay, we don't need to do all this other stuff. Like, let's just manage this game properly. Threes are going to feel like tens. So just take our field goals and move on. I just thought that they were incredibly smart with how they managed and handled that football game, and really the whole postseason, to be honest.
Isn't it kind of crazy, DJ? We were chatting yesterday, Salk and I, and even after the game, I think that night we did a little reaction video, and it was like perfect Sam Darnold. Because Sam, if he hits Shaheed, and on the scramble, if he hits JSN, And if he hits the corner post in the red zone, all throws, by the way, that he hit against the Rams and he hit in big games when he had to, if he hits those, he throws for like 350 yards, 3 touchdowns, he's the MVP. And maybe he's top 5 quarterback, in everybody's tier next year. But he missed those 3 throws. It ultimately didn't matter. They had enough other margin. But wasn't that game in some ways like the perfect game to keep the whole Sam Darnold debate and conversation going the entire offseason?
Yeah, I was curious. So like that, was it enough? Salk can tell me, was it enough to retire the butt, or does the butt make it through the offseason all the way to next year?
Ooh.
I think the butt's pretty.
I like big butts.
Depends how you want to talk about it. I will admit, Sam made me a little nervous in that game as I was watching him, and I'm not alone. I got a lot of texts from friends throughout the game like, Sam's making me really nervous. The first throw of the game was nearly a pick six. My God, the first throw of the game, you're like, oh my God, he's going to throw a pick six on the first throw of the game. It was inches, and it was a great throw. Give him credit. It wasn't, but oh my gosh, he makes me nervous. No, the only but left is, but would you pay him? But would you pay him like Josh Allen and those guys? And I think the answer to that to me would be no. I do think that it works very well.
But like that Levi's commercial, all the little butts are good. There's only like one more.
I thought you were talking about the fit.
Oh, yeah.
The fit of the Levi. He fits perfectly into what they're doing. So, look, I'm really happy Sam's here. I really am. I don't know that the answer to these questions really matter, but there is something about his personality, his leadership, his style that just is perfect for this team.
Yeah, and I read your tweet, DJ, yesterday, one of my takeaways. Your tweet before the game as you're watching all these QBs in college and you're doing all of your work, and you said conviction, right? Confidence, and you like alliteration like I do, confidence and conviction, and you said it'd be a big part of the Super Bowl. So as you watch Drake and Sam, did you see that disparity in conviction?
Yeah, I mean, a perfect example is the throw that we were just talking about, that first throw, which was whisker away from being a pick six. But he saw it, he ripped it. If there's any hesitation, that is a pick six. And Drake was never comfortable in this game. He didn't trust you always. Remember the beginning of the year, we said, hey, you got to trust your eyes, you got to trust your guys. Like there was none of that with Drake. He was holding the ball, he was patting the ball. Even when he got a guy open, he wouldn't get his feet set, and the ball took off, and he kind of missed some throws and some opportunities that they did have, the very few that they did have. But I think that game was completely absent of conviction on Drake's part, and that's a credit to the Seattle defense. Putting that whole puzzle together with Sam and this team, though, I think one of the reasons why it works so well, and why I think there's a chance for this to have a runway here. There's more here, because number one, I do think you can put a contract in front of him that doesn't put him up in that tippy top tier and make him turn it down. And Sam I don't imagine that he would turn that down. He'd have a hard time turning that down to just get up, up a level, up a rung from where he is. So I think contractually you can make this thing a little more friendly as you go forward, which you wouldn't normally be able to do with a younger Super Bowl winning quarterback. But the other thing is, because of his humility, a lot of times you'll see it, and I'm guessing it was this way the previous time around. When you have a dominant defense that's really the leader, and then you have a quarterback that can want the credit and the attention and the limelight, it can create some friction between both sides of the ball, and it can get uncomfortable. And I know there's been dominant defensive teams like the Ravens in 2000, and I came in after that with that organization, but there was still a little friction between the offense and the defense. This is a defensive dominant team, and it doesn't feel like the quarterback of this team is going to try and wrestle all that attention. He doesn't even want the attention for all that.
How was the highlightless halftime show?
Oh man, we went through. It was hilarious because we talked about everything that happened in the first half. So when those 3 minutes were over, we only had 27 minutes left to fill, and then it was like. Rhett's trying to just get some topics and like how the Patriots get back in. So he'd just lob up how the Patriots get back in, and then I would smack that thing right into the ground and say there's no chance that's not happening.
They don't.
So it was a lot of that. And really, to be honest, that's when I started doing the comparison to the year before of how dominant Philly was with their front, and how I'm like, you don't escape that. When you're doing what they're doing with 4 guys, you're not going to get out of that.
So what does the league learn from this? I was reading this quote. Did you happen to read Breer's column or article yesterday? Monday morning
he's deep into combine work. Okay.
Okay, so you probably didn't read, which is fine. I don't blame you.
Didn't get there.
There is a quote in here from John Schneider. It's a great quote from Schneider, but it truly points out the just complete stupidity of doesn't it? The complete stupidity. Essentially, I'm looking for it. I have it here somewhere, but the 3 other GMs were like telling Schneider, hey, you got to hire this Mike Macdonald guy. You guys will love each other. We really love him, but we're going to hire an offensive guy, so we're not going to hire him.
Yeah, it was Carolina. It was his contacts. It was Dan Morgan who worked for him in Carolina, right, with Dave Canales. It was Tennessee. He knows the president there very well. And it was Rich McKay down in Atlanta. And all of them, said kind of the same thing.
Like everybody I talked to, Rich McKay, Dan Morgan, Chad Brinker, the guys that had a chance to interview him before we did, they were all like, bro, your personalities would be amazing together, Schneider said, while gripping a Coors Light in the locker room. A lot of them were like, we're going offense, so we're not going to hire him. But that was one of the best interviews I've ever been in. Is the league truly this stupid?
I can't defend that.
We got to go offense. Yeah. He's better than the guy we're going to get, but yeah, we got to go offense. The league blows my mind.
The only thing I would say to defend those guys, the only thing I would say to defend them is that I don't know. Sometimes that is a mandate from the owner.
I'm including the owners.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, I'm in fact blaming the owners, and I would. That's a mandate from the owners coming in and saying, well, we got to have an offensive guy. You got to have the best coordinator on the Super Bowl winning team.
We got the number 1 quarterback in Bryce Young. We're going to have a top quarterback in Tennessee. We've got to go offense to pair that head coach, right, with the quarterback.
So what does the league learn from the Seahawks, if anything?
Well, I think obviously just hiring the best guy, but to back to that whole point, and I've said this before with young quarterbacks, when you draft a quarterback high or when you paid a quarterback big money in free agency, normally it's just the drafting them high. Not all records are the same. So if I draft Cam Ward in year 2, we go 7-10, but Cam Ward throws for 4,000 yards. Like nobody's getting fired. We're all staying the course. There's a positive vibe around the organization. If we go that same 7-10 and it's all defensive driven and we're playing great defense and Cam Ward's not getting any better, we might be, we're headed towards being unemployed, because that's how those organizations look at it. It's like, we've got to get this quarterback playing well. So who gives us the best chance to do that? Well, let's get the smartest offensive guy we can find. And it's literally kind of not seeing the forest to the trees of not seeing, like, the ultimate goal is to win and get in the playoffs and try and win a Super Bowl. And that's where you just get the best coach. So that's one lesson. I wrote down things coming off this game that it's going to inform me as I go through the draft process. I wrote, put more value on DTs that can play the run. This is the second year in a row we've seen the edge depth. And they're all top 3-round picks. So continue to invest more and more in edge depth. Having complete tight ends, hand in the ground tight ends that can block, that are functional in the passing game. The tackling component I mentioned in the secondary. Overall smart football players, like putting more of an emphasis on intelligence. Like, I think those are a lot of takeaways from the league-wide that you'll see, come out of the success of the Seattle team.
DJ, we were having a conversation here at the top of the hour just about lessons you learned the first time around, right? Because I think we all thought there was a massive amount of runway with a young Russell Wilson and that young core and sign all of those guys. And I wonder, after pivoting from Russ and pivoting from Geno and DK and all the great conversations we've had the last, 6, 7, 8 weeks to this Super Bowl trophy, I wonder now, is the Seahawks will have a lot of decisions to make. You mentioned Sam. Obviously, I think JSN, you have a little time with JSN and Spoon. Those are priorities. But talk to me about how you would handle these 5 free agents that are coming aboard here in a league year that comes real fast at you, right? You got K9, obviously the MVP now of the Super Bowl. You've got Rashid Shaheed, who you had traded a 4th and a 5th for. You've got Kobe Bryant. You've got Boye Mafe. You got Reek Woolen. How do you prioritize those 5 free agents that isn't 2 months away? It's just less than a month away now with the new league year.
Yeah, I would say that K9 to me, because of the avenues you have to do that, if you need to franchise him, you could franchise him. There's more affordable ways to get that done with him. To me, that one I would actually put at the top, which is surprising. And one of the reasons I say that is because Shaheed's going to be the hardest to keep of all these guys. And I love him, and I know what you give up for him, and I know the value that he has. The problem is when your offensive coordinator goes to maybe the most offensively starved team in the National Football League, and he's had him at 2 locations now. I mean, unless he just so values the winning component that you can get him without, going to the top of the market. But I think he's going to have big offers elsewhere, and knowing the JSN price tag is coming, I think that one will be the most difficult to get done, even though he might stack up higher on the priority list. I actually put Bryant on there second behind K9 as someone who I think is just a key fabric piece of that defense. Getting him back in there, I would have Mafe, and then Woolen. Look, I recognize all the ability and the talent, but he would be the last one. So Shaheed kind of goes in his own category where he would be high for me, but I think that's going to be difficult.
The one on there that's a little hard for me is Kobe Bryant, because I agree with what you just said. And he had a great year, and I love him as a player.
And he bet on himself because they wanted to get him done before the year, DJ.
And when Ty Okada came in, they were just fine.
Yeah.
Like it just, I really, he doesn't play on the line of scrimmage. Only one of these guys plays on the line of scrimmage. You could make a legitimate case that the guy you should be first on your list to talk to is Boye Mafe. And I think he's probably the 4th of their 4 edge guys. And yet, if I had to prioritize one of them, you could make me a pretty strong case that it should be Boye Mafe above any of these other guys.
Well, you can go back to my Boye Mafe, president of the fan club clips from earlier.
Yeah.
But to me, I'm looking at it from a realistic standpoint and price tag included.
Is he going to
I
get
don't
paid?
care. Even if his numbers are down this year, it doesn't matter. He's still in his mid-20s. He's an explosive, twitchy edge rusher, and there's going to be massive markets for him. So I don't know. He might have had 2 or 3 sacks this year, but he's had years in the past where he's had close to 10. I want to say 8 or 9 sack years. Like you watch, Kwity Paye I believe is up in this market. He's never had 10 sacks, but he was a high round pick. He's a first round pick who's ultra twitchy and explosive. Those guys, the production, people are going to forgive that. They're going to, there'll be a market for them. So I didn't think Bryant would have a massive
next year. So
yeah, I didn't think Bryant would have a massive market. You guys think he'll have a big market? I don't think he'll have a massive. He's like a key fabric, good player. And when you're trying to get these other big deals done coming up here, I thought he would fit more into that equation.
It just never ends, does it, DJ? Like we said that earlier during the break. Like it just like Mike Macdonald now, he's going to join us in half an hour, 40 minutes. And then like the combine for these guys, they already missed the Senior Bowl, right? The combine here in less than 2 weeks, and then the new league year, and then franchise tags, and then, workouts, and then like it just never, ever, ever stops, does it?
Did you guys enjoy the 24 hours between your football season and your baseball season starting? You guys enjoy that little break you got there?
Thankfully, we get a little bit of time here to keep talking about the Seahawks and enjoying it. We got a parade to go to tomorrow, and and
then we got next week to do shows, and then the following week, DJ, we will be in Peoria, Arizona.
Yeah, we're like ready to go, man. We're going to be down there getting ready for a team that's coming off an ALCS. We've been doing this together for 17 years. We've never had anything like this. This is
let me ask you this, guy. Let me ask you this question, because I've been thinking about this, and I'm dying to know your answers. If you were to compare the euphoria and the excitement and the feeling of just winning the Super Bowl versus winning the Vetter Cup, where do they stack up? How do they compare against each other?
Lyle, what do you think? That's probably a question for Lyle more than anyone else. He went to the Super Bowl, and he is a big proponent of the Vetter Cup. Lyle, what do you think?
Yeah, right.
Yawn.
It is interesting, DJ, because you bring up baseball a little bit, and man, the guts. Oh, watching the baseball playoffs is just so hard. And then watching that Super Bowl, especially even from the jump, the first outside run.
Oh, put your feet up on the couch, buddy. That was an easy watch.
Gosh. And then the pick six, and then the fumble. Like, holy cow.
Who would you have voted for MVP?
Yeah, I would have voted for Walker, just because I don't know how you give it to identify one of the defensive players. There were so many of them. It would almost be in some ways insulting to the other defensive players if you were to single one guy out, because it was such a complete dominance.
But you could make a case for Spoon, right? I mean, he caused the pick six. Yep. He was in the backfield the whole day. He's one of their best players. Like, I think it would have been hard to go with Derek Hall. That would have felt a little bit like Malcolm Smith the first time when they should have gone with Cam Chancellor, but you could have gone with Devin Witherspoon.
Yeah, I guess you can make that case. I mean, look, he played great. He was awesome. I just thought, to me, the whole, from the way the defense was called to the complete dominance by everyone, that I just felt like if you it didn't feel right to just pull one guy out of there. Yeah. It just was such a complete team defense.
Yeah, it doesn't feel right. We got to end this in a minute. And thanks to Marquee Data, as a big sponsor of this all season long, DJ, you would love those guys as well. I want to circle back to something you said a few minutes ago, 10, 20 minutes ago, about how this was super informative for you heading into the combine and your evaluation. Would you argue that the Eagles and Seahawks, your background in Philly, your time spent there on task, and then your proximity through the last couple of years with the Seahawks, would you argue that maybe the Eagles and the Seahawks have helped inform you in ways that you hadn't been in some other years, or just the way these teams have done it have left that indelible a mark?
Oh, it's 100%. And that's, I've got some buddies in the personnel department in Seattle, but it's more of I'll see them, at league stuff. We don't talk throughout the year. So this has got me, really dialed in on how they've done things, just being with you guys, and then working with Bucky, on our podcast, and Bucky and Schneider are close. So they've got their relationship. So that's helped me learn the language of the Seahawks. And then I have still so many buddies and friends in Philly and follow that. And I was just talking to one of their coaches the other day after the Super Bowl. And I said, we were looking at that Philly team did not have anybody with 10 sacks. This Seahawk team did not have anybody with 10 sacks. And you're thinking about, okay, there's all this talk this offseason is going to be Max Crosby. And what do you trade for Max Crosby? What do you do there? And we're sitting there saying, I'm not so sure. I think, to me, it's more about the pitching staff than having an ace. It's just when you've got a complete pitching staff, when you've got so many guys and there's no weaknesses at all, I think that's a better way to build your defensive front.
And then lastly, DJ, if you were with us as close as we are to this in last week in Media Row, you know what you'd really see too? I mean, all of this is awesome. The personnel, the scouting, all of it. It's so simple. It really comes down to selflessness, egolessness, love for your brother. Like the secret sauce that this team just genuinely doesn't want this to end, because I've never been around a team as close that loves each other. And that, I think, starts with Mike and John. So yeah, good luck to the NFL trying to replicate this one, because it was a pretty special run. And DJ, thank you so much for the entire year. We will look forward to doing this before the draft.
This was awesome. Seriously. Yeah. I mean, this was great. Thank you for doing this with us. I didn't realize you didn't do any others around the country.
No.
So I feel pretty honored, to be honest, to work with Brock, who you like. And so you came on with us every week. But seriously, this was informative. I think our audience absolutely loved it. We get constant texts saying how much they enjoy this half hour every week. And hopefully we'll get to talk again before the draft. And we'll do it again next year, because this was just perfect. So thank you.
Well, I'm grateful for you guys, and I think I've taken much more than I've given, so I appreciate it, and we'll talk before we get to the draft.
Pretty cool. There you go. There goes Daniel Jeremiah. Final appearance of our season with him. We got the final Mike Macdonald show coming up in just over a half hour.
These finals.
Everything's coming to the end, Brock.
For it to be over.
All right, well then, you want a quick little... DJ brought this up, and now I got to give you a very quick little Mike Salk rant. I'll do it next on Brock and Salk.
Soak it in, Seattle.
3, 2, 1. The Seahawks win Super Bowl 60. They are bringing the Lombardi back to the Northwest.
Congratulations to your Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks.
We got the best team. 12 is 1. We never wavered, man. We believed in each other. We loved each other. And now we're world champions.
And this is where the champs play. The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Well, this week's First Mark Challenge victory goes to Robert. Robert, why did you call First Mark Insurance?
I heard an ad, and my wife and I had just got our policy renewals from our previous provider, and everything had gone up quite a bit, 30-40%, so I thought I'd give it a try. It was a pleasant experience, very easy. It only took a couple of days to get the good news back.
And were they able to save you money?
Yeah, we were able to save well over $1,000. Not only did we save money, our agent found that we had some gaps in coverage, and they were able to not only save money, but improve our coverage.
Well, now you can be a good friend, and you can tell everybody about it.
Well, I have. I've, in fact, passed it on to a couple of my good friends, and they're taking the challenge as well. So it's been great.
Robert did it. My family did it. Now you got to do it, and it's totally free. Go take the First Mark Challenge today. See how much they can save you and how much better your coverage will get. Maybe you can be our next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. Firstmarkinsurance.com.
Experience the iconic Mexican music group Bronco at Muckleshoot Casino Resort, Saturday, February 28th at 8 p.m. They've sold more than 20 million albums and performed for audiences all over the world. Now Bronco is bringing their modern take on regional Mexican sound live to Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Tickets are on sale now at muckleshootcasino.com.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident book series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Olympic Hot Tub Super Smart Top Special is here. Hey, it's Ryan Roland Smith. This is your chance to save now on your new hot tub and get a free Smart Top worth $3,700. Take it from me because I have one. Smart Top is the ultimate cover for your tub. Strong, long-lasting, and ready to defend your tub against northwest weather. Super Smart Top special savings will make you feel, well, super. Details at OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Olympic Hot Tub.
Hey, Hoop fans, Bump here. Don't miss out. It's your last chance this season to catch Seattle U men's basketball take on big names at Climate Pledge. Come see the Red Hawks take on St. Mary's on February 18th. Grab your tickets at GoSeattleU.com/tickets. Red Hawks rising.
Hey everyone, Rick Witters, owner of Cressy Door. At Cressy Door, we offer top-of-the-line garage doors, garage door service, and garage door repairs. Residential or commercial, please consider Cressy Door for all of your garage door needs. Cressy Door.
P&D Tree Service, experts in local tree removal. Their team works fast to remove problem trees in your yard and neighborhood. Have you ever seen a tree removed by a crane? P&D Tree Services specializes in close-quarter tree removal to minimize impact on your landscaping. 24-hour emergency service. Any job, big or small. Safe, efficient, and fast. P&D Tree Service turns multi-day jobs into a few hours, saving you time and money. Enjoy a clean, safe, and bright yard. PNDTreeService.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
They are bringing the Lombardi back to the Northwest.
This is the power of 12 is 1, man.
KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
This hour is brought to you by Davis Law Group.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to see you on minute.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello!
All right, Mike Macdonald coming up in a half hour. Quick little rant, Brock.
Quick little rant,
quick
please.
one.
Just a quick one.
I don't want to spend a lot of time, but Lyle, I'm curious your thoughts on this. I read this morning, and when I saw it, I was like, you know what? That's absolutely right. And I was thinking about it from a different perspective, but this guy nails it.
Okay, before your little rant, can you just promise me one thing tomorrow as we do the parade? Can we play a lot of plays from the Super Bowl tomorrow?
Sure.
Because I just don't want that to be forgotten.
No, Super Bowl?
Well, with all the finality of this, and the final DJ show, and the final
yeah.
McDonald show, and with the parade tomorrow, I'd really love. You sent that last night.
Klatt going to be on with us tomorrow?
I'll text him probably.
All right. So if Klatt does like 7:30, then maybe we'll do that at 8:30 or vice
just
versa.
Play a bunch of the highlights.
I'm
and
into that.
react to them.
I would
okay.
love to.
All right.
All right. We'll do that tomorrow.
So now, little rant.
Because that feels like it belongs.
Little rant from a little guy. Go ahead.
This is from John Momola, who's writing for Barrett Media, and as a nice guy, I know him a little bit. And he's absolutely right about this. MLB, Major League Baseball, swung and missed.
I know.
Last night at the Sunday night at the Super Bowl.
Come on.
Why were there no promos, nothing during and especially after the Super Bowl for MLB
NBC?
Sunday Night Baseball on NBC?
Yes.
What are we doing?
I don't know.
I'd like that really.
Well, I know the Olympics, right? So it's
but you got to at least do some
time of the
ads.
essence.
And I it's funny because I felt like it was a miss for the NHL. That was one of the thoughts I had afterwards. You and I were doing our YouTube reaction right afterwards, and I still had NBC on the TV on the other side of the room, and they went to the Olympics, which makes sense. If you are the NHL, you know what you got to say? Hey, we'll send our players to the Olympics. You know what we want? We want them to be on right after the Super Bowl.
Right.
We want U.S. versus Canada right after the Super Bowl. Let's go. Yep. Or something along those lines. They should have been pushing to get hockey in front of and the best hockey you could get in front of as many people as possible, not figure skating, not whatever. Hockey should have said, we want this right after the Super Bowl.
With that audience.
And Major League Baseball should have 1,000% had a commercial airing the second the Super Bowl ended, saying we got next.
But you know what that would require, Salk, to circle
Forethought?
this? And also to circle this back to what DJ
Humility?
said, a growth mindset of being able, we're not just going to be stuck in the ways that everybody's always done it.
Yeah.
And it is truly remarkable. Like if you looked at 32 GMs and you were to say, just with your own bias that everybody has, who's the old school? Who's the one that's been around forever? Who's probably stuck in their NFL ways the most? I think the general consensus and bias would be John Schneider, because he's been doing it for decades, Salk. He's just old. He's one of the older GMs out there. Oh, he's just good old. He's been around for. No. But actually, when you peel that onion back a little bit, you see that he does have an incredible growth mindset. You see the impact that Paul Allen had on him, I think helping shape him, and why he has so much reverence for Paul, and now on to Jody, and the demands that they have put on him to have some of that growth mindset. So you know what, Salk? When Mike Macdonald was available, a couple years ago, and they had to be patient, I got to be patient. I got to get the right guy. I was listening to Breer retell that story of all the different heroes of the Super Bowl, on the field, off the field, all of it that we'll get to discuss and write a book about someday. The fact that John was patient, and oh, by the way, the fact the Ravens lost the AFC
that
Championship.
helps.
Because could he have waited another 2 more weeks with every coach filling every other spot and everything else? Could he have possibly waited like the Raiders did for Clint Kubiak till after the Super Bowl? Maybe, probably, because he knew he had the right guy, and he was willing to wait for.
No, patience is important. Humility to me is important.
Growth mindset
It's really hard for leagues like the NHL and Major League Baseball to admit that the NFL is king. It is.
It is.
It's not my favorite sport. Quite frankly, Brock, what would I rather watch? Baseball, hockey, or football? They'd probably be in that order. Although right now it might be hockey first. I'm really into watching it. As I told you the other day, I was at the Super Bowl media row, lying in bed watching the Kraken on my phone. I'm an addict. I love watching hockey, and I can't wait. Man, I'm so excited. I'm going to get home at 11 a.m. to watch U.S. versus Canada women's game.
Yep.
But you still have to recognize that the Super Bowl does 200 million viewers, and nothing else is going to come close to that. And you need the help. Baseball, you need the help.
Yep.
NHL, you need the help.
Yep.
How are you not finding a way to take advantage of this great moment rather than seeing it as competition? It should be an opportunity.
Now, is it possible the NFL said, sorry, NBC, you're a partner
You can't do that?
You're a partner. You know, you can go to the Olympics, right?
Maybe.
I totally get that. Is there a possibility that as strong as
man.
the NFL is too,
Wow,
that's
I
like,
hadn't thought of that.
Yeah, that they were like, you know what you can do? You can absolutely put Tarico on the field. You can absolutely go to the Olympics. You know, we would really, as a partner, would really preference you not getting to Sunday Night Baseball. And this is our stage. This is the NFL. This is the Super Bowl. Go promote the Olympics. But we really, you know, is that? I don't think that's without outside the realm of possibility
It's
and
not.
reason, right?
You're right. It's not. It's not.
I mean, not to kneecap your rant. It's a good little rant
No,
from a good little guy.
hey, I'll take it, man. No, it's a good point.
Yeah, because they are king, and they've got the keys to the kingdom, and they, you know, can put on a show that very few others right now.
No,
can do.
it's a very good point. I would love to know some of the ins and outs.
Yep.
But it just, as I was reading, I was like, yeah. There really should have been more like, hey, let's go. We're up next. Because now it is baseball season.
Yep.
Right? The end of the Super Bowl is the unofficial start of baseball season. We got a couple of weeks till we're going to be at spring training. I can't wait. Obviously, everybody here in Seattle is pumped, right? And excited to see what this team is going to do to, you know, build on what they did last year. It does, you know, we're going to go a little longer with football, at least through the parade. But come next week, like, yeah, we're starting to talk spring training, and we'll be down there the week after that. And you got an ALCS team that's picked to win the division and just made the couple of big moves they needed to make. Hey, by the way, before so Brock and I were on Unsportsmanlike, right, which is the show that precedes us on ESPN Radio. And that's Evan Cohen, who's a big Patriots fan, who was, well, very upset yesterday and begrudgingly said congratulations to us through his depression. Chris Canny, ex-NFL guy, and Michelle Smallman. And I know Michelle a little bit. Before she did this, she was on in St. Louis every day. And she'd been around a while. She was a producer.
Oh, Lyle, you're going to like
She was
this.
at ESPN, then she was back in St. Louis, and now back at ESPN. So she's kind of bounced back and forth. But she's really a baseball person at her core. And she talked, because she's from St. Louis, nonstop Cardinals for the last however many years. So I did ask her before we jumped on the air. We had a few minutes. I said, hey, what's the insight on Brendan Donovan?
Oh, my gosh.
And now, to be fair, she'd been up since 12:40 a.m. But she's like, guys, you're going to freaking love Brendan Donovan. You're going to love him. She's like, he's awesome. He is like everything that a contending team needs to put them over the top and make them a championship team. He's a dog on the field. He plays the game the right way. He makes contact with everything. Great at bats. Never strikes out. Teammates love him. He is a dude. And we were crushed to lose him in St. Louis. I'm just saying. That was the response from the one person I really know who follows the Cardinals, because a lot of the people in that city are nuts, but she is not. I really have a lot of respect for Michelle, and especially the way she looks at baseball. So that was pretty cool.
Pretty cool. Pretty good acquisition. Pretty much about the people with the Mariners. Pretty much about the people with the Seahawks. We get so caught up in all the talent and all the numbers and everything else, but it does come back to the people. Get the right people on the bus, Salk. Give a chance to go from good to great. Our teams have done it. Got a championship, and we got Coach Macdonald to talk about it in about 20
Stop
minutes.
this, 360. You can really tell that Salk would rather be talking about something other than football. That is really not true. I'm enjoying the hell out of this. We've been talking nonstop football for weeks, and I love it. It's great. But yeah, I'm also excited about the start of baseball season, and I also love hockey. You know what I love? Sports. Not just one.
Do you even love sports?
I just love sports. Mike Macdonald joins us at 20. That's why we're here. It's Brock and Salk, loving sports on Seattle Sports on 710.
A one-hander! Are you kidding me? JSN!
Congratulations, Jackson Smith.
Jigba, you know he's sicker than most when he run the post.
The NFL's AP Offensive Player of the Year, rewriting the Seahawks record books with his electrifying season.
JSN has it! Touchdown! Seahawks!
And this is where you hear every second.
A 61-yard rocket to number 11.
Seattle Sports.
Well, how about that? I just got done talking about people. Brock Ewart here for my friends at People Come First, PCF Construction Group. People come first. And if you're tired of grilling in the cold and the rain every winter, we used to do that. With a patio cover, heater, and fireplace from PCF like they built for us, you can enjoy your outdoor deck like we did, or patio all year long. Staying warm and dry no matter what Mother Nature throws your way. And right now, for a few more days, less than a week, you can take advantage of off-season savings through February 15th. Just 5 more days to do so, where you're going to get up to 10% off your entire project plus 12 months with no payments and no interest. I know most of you don't consider building the deck in the winter, but if you want yours ready by next spring and summer, then you better contact PCF right now to start planning. Spend the winter dreaming and designing your project so you're ready to build by spring. Planning permits can take a little time, so get started now. Get project ideas, browse photos, and find all the offer details like 10% off at PCFgroup.com. That's PCFgroup.com.
It's home show season. To celebrate, Lake Washington Windows and Doors is giving you 20% off and a lifetime installation warranty, plus 12 months to pay with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest financing. See us at the home shows or visit lakewashingtonwindows.com.
The stock market was on fire in 2025 due to AI and tech stocks. Now is the time to set a strategy for 2026. It's a good opportunity to lock in those gains and invest into a stable platform. With $8 trillion in cash sitting on the sidelines, investors are either scared or unsure where to go. Hi, I'm Scott Rurecka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares the profits with our investors. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital. Invest into our Northwest Fund, which is currently delivering 9% on a fixed rate term. It's our flagship fund for 19 years with 0 investor losses. And yes, we do accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
Hey Hawk fans, Jake Bobo. Stormy weather is here. How's your roof holding up? Give Techline Roofing a call. With the strongest warranty in the business, Techline has you covered. That's Tekline, roofing.com. Trust Techline.
The Seattle Seahawks are Super Bowl 60 champions. And now Wilson, the official football of the NFL, has released the limited edition Super Bowl 60 champions Duke Game Ball, exclusively available at BigTimeBats.com. This authentic 4-panel leather football features the Seahawks logo, bold Super Bowl champions lettering, the final score and date of the game, and the official Super Bowl 60 logo. Officially licensed, limited edition. Visit BigTimeBats.com and get the Seahawks Super Bowl 60 champions Duke Game Ball before they sell out.
Forget Cloud 9. We're headed to Cloud 10 with prizes up to $10,000 in cash. Hearts will be racing every Saturday night in February as 2 lovely winners are drawn every hour from 6:30 till 10:30. Will you be one of Cupid's cash board winners? Visit daily to claim your free entry and find out. Don't forget, your Reef Rewards card can save you up to 25 cents per gallon at Lummi Bay Market next to Silver Reef. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5 exit 260.
Home of your Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks.
They are bringing the Lombardi back to the Northwest.
Seattle Sports.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jeff's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination, where Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge, and Sammy does that for free too. In no time at all, Jeff is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Rain-X wipers are the #1 wiper blades in America. That means all kinds of drivers choose Rain-X. Big drivers in small cars choose Rain-X. Small drivers in big cars choose Rain-X. Drivers with long hair and short commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with short hair and long commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with pets on board, babies on board, and bored babies on board choose Rain-X. Basically, drivers who love a clear view of the road all choose Rain-X wipers, the #1 wiper blades in America.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to A to Z Savings, our biggest sale of the year.
Happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with Duralast rotors.
Free. Really?
Really? Free.
I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah. How much is that?
Free with the oil.
Free. Really?
Really. Free. It's part of A to Z Savings with hundreds of deals.
From A to free.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Ends March 9th. Restrictions apply.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that, cools up to 8 times faster, and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side, your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed, plus free premium delivery with any bed and base. Ends Monday. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, the Seahawks are back. The plane took them back yesterday after their big party. Saw some shots and videos and whatnot, and it looked like a heck of a time. I heard from a couple people that were there. Ludacris doing his concert and all that. Like, sounded pretty fun, not going to lie. Sounded very, very... very fun. Maybe Wyman or Bump or somebody. I think they were there. Maybe they can give you more on that.
Yesterday, listen to Bump. Sounded like he was there.
Like he just left there, maybe. Anyway, the Seahawks are home. Mike Macdonald's going to join us here in about 15 minutes. And we'll get, a little behind the scenes of what his last 44 hours or so have been like. But it's been quite the ride. Afterwards, he was caught with Sam Darnold on camera. It was great. You got to hear a little of their back and forth. He was asked, okay, what did he say to his quarterback?
Oh, man, I just told him I loved him and I was proud of him. Now that's got a good ring to it. Super Bowl winning quarterback, something that he has the rest of his life now, and he's earned it, And so I'm just extremely happy for him. He played a great football game. He's led us every day, and now he's got a ring to show for it, so it's pretty special.
Well, and they both sort of said that to each other, like, hey, you're a champion. No, you're a champion.
I know. And you smell like yellow Gatorade. I love that from Sam, too. It's just like the perfect little, I love you. Yeah, you know what? You smell like Gatorade right now. I know I do, but I love you. I think there's something in the Latin or Greek or whatever. There's like 8 different, in the Bible, 8 different kinds of love, right? There's agape love. There's eros love. I think there's a football love. I think that just totally captured it. And it's kind of sacrificial, and you're like, well, hold on a second. He's the coach. He's the authority, right? He's the quarterback. He's like part coach, part management, which we've heard for so long. And then yet, that brotherhood and like that love just strips all that stuff down. And I think it's probably right there in line with the sacrificial. They all make so much sacrifice. I know I'm going to ask Mike about that, because the other soundbite I sure loved was when he told his son Jack with Stephanie, who was just loving on him
Again.
Oh, so much love. So much love.
I got a quick story on that. I think I've guilted Heather a little into showing me some love, because twice since that rant about how my wife would never say anything like that to me, ever. Twice since then, we've been out with other people, and Heather's kind of bragged about me. Like, oh, Mike's own videos will pop up in his Instagram reel feed. How fun, how cool is that? I'm like,
so proud of you.
I know, dude. It turns out the guilt actually had a little bit of effect.
I was thinking about this yesterday, and I was thinking about how little credit you give your wife for giving birth, and realizing that's why she should never tell you how amazing you are.
Mora. She had 2 seasons.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Well, I do like how mad that makes people. Yeah.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Push it all.
No, they just had to cut through her muscle wall. No, she just had to cut through.
Well, I mean, I've had surgeries too.
Not today.
No, you don't want to go down that road? All right. I'm just joking, people. Take it down a notch. Parade day tomorrow. If you're going to make jokes, you better do it before the parade. You don't want to get caught making jokes at the parade. That would be, that is a time for serious business, Brock. Serious business. 10 o'clock, they will get going at Lumen Field with the presentation of the trophy ceremony. And then at 11, the parade will head north, up 4th Ave, all the way to Seattle Center.
You think a few Busch Lights will be thrown up to?
Did you see the guys playing Busch Light baseball? Did you see any of that?
Yes.
They would throw a beer can to somebody with a bat, and then he would hit the can. I've never seen that before. Have you ever seen that?
No. No.
I've never wanted to waste my beers, but hey, I guess if they're free.
I'm trying to remember, what were they on last time, Maura? Or in Lyle? Do you remember? They were. What's that vehicle that's part boat?
The duck boats.
On the duck.
I assume they would do that again.
Think so?
Ride the ducks?
You think so?
What else would they be on?
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe we'll ask.
I assume so.
I'm sure Diamond Dave Pierce will give
If
us
you've
all the
got
details.
duck boats, I think you want to be on them. Just keep them off the Aurora Bridge and you're fine. A lot of credit being thrown Mike Macdonald's way for good reason. Here was Harry Douglas on with Freddie and Harry.
If you want to know why the Ravens defense is the way that it was the last 2 years, look at the Super Bowl game last night. Because their play caller and the guy that's calling defensive plays for the Seattle Seahawks, coaching is an art. When you understand every player on your defense to a T and how to use those players and put those players in positions to have success, that's exactly what it looked like last night.
I think that's well said. So that's from the artist standpoint. You also then have to have all those pieces on that board, understand and buy into what they're doing and what that call is and the why behind all of it. And again, these will be conversations that won't be going anywhere. We'll get to celebrate them for months on end. You know what else is really neat? Listening to DJ last hour, I bet you hear more Seahawks stuff between him and Rich Eisen in this combine than you've ever heard, well, at least since 2013. Right, but because of DJ's proximity, because of doing all of this, you're going to hear the whole Raven way. I think you're going to hear more about Seahawks and how they built this thing and the impact it has on it than we've ever heard in any other combine.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Let's see, USA versus Canada. Women's hockey coming up in a couple of hours, 11 a.m. And Canadian captain, Marie-Philippe Poulin, not going to play, Brock. Lower body injury.
Oh, right.
I know. So good news for Team USA. All right, that is
Followed any of the Olympics yet?
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit.
I've been watching some curling.
A little bit curling.
Yeah.
Lindsey Vonn, what a warrior. We didn't even get to that.
That looked like it really hurt.
Oh, you think a broken fib tib? Yeah.
Now, Heather had that. That really hurt. I saw it right there. That was super painful. That's everything you need to know. Quarter past every hour.
You know, sometimes you just can't help yourself.
I really can't.
Even at nearly 50, Salk.
Sometimes I just can't.
Really
I can't help myself but go for the joke. 805, though, agrees. Says, quite frankly, Maura, I'm getting tired of your erasure of Mike's kidney stone. Don't dismiss it. Mike is truly # Seattle strong. Thank you.
Yeah, no
805.
sarcasm there whatsoever.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you for jumping in there. And then Brian in Missoula, I got to address this quickly, too, because I've heard this a bunch.
Right.
You got to say 360 is right, Mike. You're just a fan of baseball. You can't wear anything for the Seahawks. I don't know if you actually like them or if it's just like, God, it's a job. All right. I've been seeing a lot of this. I don't really wear any team gear for any team.
No, you got like a
I have one
sweatshirt.
Kraken shirt that somebody gave me, and that's it.
You're not
I don't wear Mariner gear. I don't
No,
wear. I just
no.
don't like wearing team gear for anybody.
No.
I'm 47 years old. That's all.
You have a problem with me wearing team
No,
gear?
you're an athlete. It's totally different. Like I'm a regular human. I don't wear
I'll tell you what,
gear
there
around.
was so much
It has
team
nothing
gear.
to do with my love for the teams.
Oh, man, was there Seahawk gear on the flight into Seattle
I
last
bet
night.
there was.
Oh, my gosh.
But I don't know. That's not me.
No.
That's not me.
That's
It has
not
nothing to
Salk.
do with my. I show my love in other ways.
That's right.
Just like I show my love to Heather in other ways. Not always by building up her giving birth story. All right. Mike Macdonald is going to join us next. I'm going to shut my mouth for a few minutes and try to get myself out of trouble. It's Brock and Salk. We're here to talk to Mike Macdonald, Super Bowl winning coach, and it's next.
Soak it in, Seattle.
3, 2, 1. The Seahawks win Super Bowl 60. They are bringing the Lombardi back to the Northwest.
Congratulations to your Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks.
We got the best team. 12 is 1. We never wavered, man. We believed in each other. We loved each other. And now we're world champions.
And this is where the champs play. The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
You know, one of the things I really do love about this job after all these years is talking about my teammates and my partners, and I am so stoked and so pumped to be able to get a chance after all these years, almost 24 years, to talk about Sea Star Restaurant and Raw Bar, my favorite. Always been my favorite. You can ask any of my friends that come in from out of town. They always ask me, where should I go? There's nowhere else to go but Sea Star. Brock Ewart here, and what I love is being able to count on my good friend, Chef John Howie's reputation for excellence behind every plate. Doesn't matter what you order. Tonight I'm going there. You're going to see me there if you want to go hang out. Sushi, local oysters, cedar plank salmon, Dungeness crab bisque. Everything's unbelievable with generous portions and true value. Every detail is cared for, from the moment you walk in to the friendly thank you on your way out. And whether it's a date night, a business dinner, catching up with friends and family, family, the welcoming atmosphere, the polished service make conversations flow so easily, and you leave full and impressed. Right now, too, an amazing deal. 3-course dinners in the lounge every night from open to close, starting at just $50. C-Star, it's a dining experience you remember. CStarRestaurant.com.
Your old furnace ain't nice, and your toes are like ice.
DayandNight.net.
Save $1,700 when you have Day and Night match your current furnace with a qualifying AC or heat pump.
Your furnace is lonely all by itself, but it doesn't have to be. With our Matchmaker Special, we'll match your furnace with a perfect air conditioner or heat pump to keep your furnace company and your home comfy all year round.
Match your furnace to a qualifying cooling system and save $1,700.
DayandNight.net.
When your windshield breaks, the national brands say their fix is safe, but the quality is light. Instead, trust Good Dog Auto Glass for the best in quality auto glass.
Don't let the insurance company bully you. When you call, we answer the phone. Visit us online and get more bang for your buck.
It took us 93 years to build this reputation, but it'll take just 5 minutes to ruin it. If you think about that, you'll do things differently.
Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Mr. K's Construction reminds parents to enroll your kids in a positive youth program. Sports, hobbies, and community activities improve overall health and performance in school. These programs decrease drug use and violence and develop self-discipline and leadership skills. Let's team together this year to help our kids reach their full potential. Best wishes to all our kids from the entire team at Mr. K's Construction, committed to making your home and our community beautiful since 1977.
At Les Schwab, we've been changing the tire game for more than 70 years. We design our own exclusive tires to give you more tires made for the roads you drive, less compromise. All backed by America's best tire warranty included in every tire we sell. It's more unbeatable tire warranty, less charging you extra, like the other guys. It's all about you getting more from less. Stop by or book an appointment at leschwab.com.
The Seattle Seahawks are Super Bowl 60 champions. And now Wilson, the official football of the NFL, has released the limited edition Super Bowl 60 champions Duke Game Ball, exclusively available at BigTimeBats.com. This authentic 4-panel leather football features the Seahawks logo, bold Super Bowl champions lettering, the final score and date of the game, and the official Super Bowl 60 logo. Officially licensed, limited edition. Visit BigTimeBats.com and get the Seahawks Super Bowl 60 champions Duke Game Ball before they sell out.
The celebration continues.
We never wavered, man. We believed in each other. We loved each other.
On the home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Seattle Sports Championship Parade coverage is provided by Harborstone Credit Union. It's a good day to be a football fan and a Harborstone Credit Union member. They've been voted the best credit union and best place to work. They're in the top 1% of credit unions for products and services in Washington State, and they've got a best-in-class mobile app. Harborstone Credit Union delivers real support to help people thrive. With over 30 branches from Olympia to Bellingham, find one near you. Go to harborstone.com.
Get your championship gear at Simply Seattle, your go-to shop for Seahawks gear with both licensed and custom designs you won't find anywhere else. Use code ESPN15 for 15% off your order at simplyseattle.com. Celebrate the title with jerseys, shirts, hoodies, hats, and collectibles. Want your gear in time for the parade? Shop in person at Simply Seattle on First Ave. And get ready for spring training with Mariners gear and Simply Originals like the Kid Logo hoodie. Code ESPN15 at simplyseattle.com.
New siding doesn't have to break the bank. We offer affordable options that add value and protection to your home. This is Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. And while we're at it, ask about our roofing, windows, decking, and gutter services for even more savings. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule your free siding inspection. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
State Roofing, the best roof you'll ever need.
Seattle fans, your team has made football history and are back on top. Celebrate their big win and keep the memories of their amazing season alive with this limited edition full-size championship football for just $129.95. But act fast because only 5,000 will ever be made. To order, call 800-345-2868. That's 800-345-2868. Or visit NICOsports.com. That's NIKCO sports.com. Don't get left out as these will sell out.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, more final episodes, Brock. We had Daniel Jeremiah earlier, and now the final Mike Macdonald show. We'll see if he still smells like yellow Gatorade or if that has improved, if he's gotten a shower since the Super Bowl. I'm guessing it's been a bit of a whirlwind tour. So for the final time this Super Bowl winning year, let's talk to the coach.
This is the Mike Macdonald Show, exclusively on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
You don't smell? I don't smell Gatorade.
Thank you.
Light. Bush Light?
Were there any Bush
Hey, Mike,
Lights?
you don't smell bad. Thank you.
Well, the last I heard of you, Sam said you smelled like yellow Gatorade.
Was it yellow?
It was. And he's got such a finely tuned nose that he could tell the difference between yellow and blue or orange Gatorade. Very impressive.
Yeah, yellow and blue I think is pretty easy.
Yeah. Definitely the
yellow and
taste
orange.
Difference.
Dude, how are you doing, man? Congratulations. World champion.
Unbelievable.
What have the last 44 hours been like?
It's pretty good. You have it down to 40. Is that the exact time?
Roughly.
It's been
probably not
I don't know.
That much.
Best 44 hours ever.
So you go on Kimmel
Yeah.
last night. You seem like a natural fit for a late night comedy show.
Yeah, I was very surprised. I'll tell you what, I've never been in anything like that, but what a great operation. I mean, he obviously Jimmy's been there, 22 years now, which I thought that went by fast.
Wow.
But he was so gracious, so accommodating, the spirit of that. You realize it's kind of like us, on how we operate here, and just so accommodating. Treated my family great. Jack was there, stuff everywhere, all over the, he's got crackers and they're just great. They just kept. I don't know. I was really, really thankful for how they treated us. It was awesome.
I would think you would appreciate too, just the team element of the writers and all the stuff that they do.
Yeah. All the producers, the writers, just everybody was just awesome. Even they got me that shirt. I didn't have a shirt. I had a T-shirt, so we're calling them and stuff, and they have costume people. They had a rack of clothes and nothing fit because I'm freaking weird shaped, and so they had to bring me another shirt because I would have looked like fat guy in a little shirt if they would have let me wear the first shirt.
And they fly you down there, so you got to go down to LA for that, right?
Yeah, flew us down, flew us back last night.
So who was that?
Incredible.
You and your family? Who else is in that?
Yeah,
plane
my mom's the biggest Jimmy Kimmel fan of all time.
Really?
So when I asked her if she wanted to go, she literally started crying. Wow. That was pretty cool.
That is pretty cool.
Jack didn't care. He wasn't impressed.
No, who could blame him?
No.
So you're doing that. Meanwhile, Sam and Kenneth Walker are in teacups together. Have you seen that video?
I did see that.
What do we make of that?
I think they regret that a little bit.
That might be on a video here used down the road.
I've watched that video 20 times. I can't stop watching.
I only saw a couple seconds of that.
It's hilarious.
I found out, Steph showed me last night that you can save reels on Instagram.
Oh, you just found that out?
Yeah. So in the past, I would just like it, and then I would go to my likes, and I could go back to see.
Oh, actually, that's what I do too.
Okay, so I didn't know. So now I know you can save it. So now I have a Super Bowl a folder.
Oh.
And you just try to capture everything. I was telling, there's videos of our city when it goes to zero, and there's chants going on. There's fireworks going. I mean, out of the it's just. I want to just capture all of it, So there it is. Hopefully Instagram doesn't go defunct here.
Couple of the most meaningful texts or voicemails or over the last, because I'm sure that's part of it too, right?
Oh yeah, man. From all walks of your life, I think is the coolest thing. There's so many different stages of people that the relationships that you've had over the course of time, and for people to take the time to reach out to you. Is really cool. It's just really, and I think I've responded to 5 people. So One thing about me is I'm a psycho. I can't have any like there's like 2 people in the world you can have either notifications on your phone or you can't. I can't.
I can't.
So
I just wired a lot like Mike, I think.
yeah. So so I will respond to everyone. I promise. And it'll take me a few days, but I'm really thankful for everybody reaching out.
Was there a moment in the build-up to the game where you were like, walk through a meeting, a practice, conversation where you were like, you knew your dogs were ready to bark and bite?
I feel like that every game. You know, it's me. Like I have to kind of get over me. You know, but I think the cool part about the game is it was consistent. You know, like we felt the same way on a Saturday night, on a Sunday morning, on a Friday. I think maybe elevated like, I don't know, a few percentage points or whatever, but because you wouldn't let yourself like, I think we did a great job of like keeping it about the things we can control outside of like, because your mind does race like, okay, well, what if this happens? What if that happens? Like the permanent nature of like the finality of the game. Your mind can go there, you know, but I think part of the messaging to the team was like, look, that's going to happen and that's okay. Always bringing it back to now, back to the moment, back to the stuff we can control. And so a lot of that was like taking my own coaching, you know, but I think we did a great job of that.
It's been really fun to watch your games and try to determine when the game has dictated itself or declared itself.
Declared, there you go.
And when you punted from the 42, I'm like, oh, game's declared itself. This is a defensive game. Like, you got to punt you're not going to take a 59-yard field goal. You're going to go punt and pin them at the 2-yard line, which I think is what happened on that punt. Yeah. It seemed like you had a pretty good sense of what kind of game it was by that point.
Well, yeah. Well, that was a simple decision. That was a simple decision. I don't know if we would have had a game if our model would have suggested going for it in really any game at that distance. But definitely that game for sure. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's funny. I think, again, one of the strengths of our team is that we just kind of go like play by play. So you're not like putting context behind it. You're just trying to like stack the plays in a series over time. And then all of a sudden you look up and you're in a position like at half where you're saying, okay, that was pretty cool. You know, all right, after the third quarter, oh, shoot, now it's, and so you're not really like, it's not a big, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. You're just keeping it about what we need to be able to do, and I think that's what put us in those positions consistently throughout the year.
The stacking plays thing is interesting. We went through yesterday a lot of, and I've been looking for the right word for these because I don't want to insult them. At first, I was calling them Mike Macdonald sayings, but I don't think that's right. They're not slogans. That's insulting. Somebody suggested pillars. Like the pillars of what you do, 12 is one, and mission over all these things, which again, I'm pretty fascinated by. I love the way you simplify a complicated concept and give your players an opportunity to understand what your system is all about. But I was thinking about stacking plays in particular. What was the play, Brock? There was a first down where the
second and 2. They gained 7 or 8 yards on a little end around to Travion Henderson. It was like second and 2 around the mid-40s.
And then Byron Murphy, and I'm sure there were others involved, just comes up and just completely crushes the running play. Yeah, and now all of a sudden it's third down and they throw an incompletion. You get the ball back after a start to the drive that looked like it might have some momentum. Yep. It felt like that was an example of stacking plays. Okay, if we just do this in the next play, then all of a sudden it's third down and we can get the ball back.
Yeah, you nailed it. Like with the sayings thing, it's it's several of them, but we do it really is the same thing. It's not like we're reinventing things all the time, which I think is good because it's consistent. And then we do have like a graphic that we helped create that like does try to paint a picture of like the whole culture. You guys have seen it in the hallway and stuff, but it's a combination of like 12 is one is the vision and the engine, chasing edges is like the direction of what we're always doing and the always direction that we're always pushing. And then like how we roll is the stacking wins, loose and focused, through not around is the spirit of like how we operate on a day-to-day basis that feeds the engine. And then like the outcome towards like the arrow is like the style. That's what comes out. It's decisive. It's shocking and relentless. And that's how you get a style nobody wants to play. Pretty cool.
You watch the tape yet?
Nope.
Will you?
Yeah, but I don't think I'm going to do it anytime soon. Is that good?
It's fascinating because you do this journey for 20 weeks.
Yeah.
Right. And today is like, normally when we talk to you, it's a Monday and you're like, okay, got to get to the next thing.
Yeah.
Right. And now all of a sudden, just for a little bit, you get to take a little respite.
Also, I like you better when you don't have to run off. You're much more relaxed when you get a bye week or like today. There's a smile on your face.
Yeah, this is great.
We're not interrupting
Super Bowl.
your work. Yeah.
Yeah, this is great. I think honestly, if I watch it, I'll be critical, and I want to just like enjoy it without having to think about like, oh, we jacked that. I already know there's something like both touchdowns. We got to get that fixed.
Yeah, you got to work on.
But you know what's fascinating too is I wonder if you'll ever watch the TV copy of this.
No, that's a lie. I'll watch it.
Really?
Yeah, I'll watch it at some point.
Because, it's a Super Bowl. They have 52 cameras. They document everything. One of my favorite shots, there are a bunch of them, but you at the end of the game, then you just kind of look to the heavens. And I know you were asked about it on Fallon or the Insiders yesterday.
Kimmel.
Kimmel, sorry. Not Fallon. Kimmel, sorry. What was the thought bubble as you kind of look to the skies?
There's in the back of your mind, there's so many people that tell you, like, to enjoy the moment. And so I was like, well, I'm going to enjoy this moment, And so that's like what I told myself. And then, I mean, the only person around me was Dave. So
I saw you guys hugged.
Yeah. So it wasn't like, we hugged it eventually, but like, I felt kind of like alone in the moment. There's no other players there. So I'm like, okay, well, I guess I'll just enjoy it by myself, And then, you realize like, there's a lot of cameras like right in front of me. I said this last night, but that's actually how I felt. I'm not like, first of all, if I were to look at a camera, this is what's going through my mind. If I were to look at a camera, which camera would I look at? Then if you do look at the camera, then what do? Do you just stare into the camera? That's awkward. So you don't do that. So then you look up. And there's fireworks going on. So I'll look at the fireworks and I'll join the hell out of the fireworks. And that's what happened.
It's really cool.
A little more blitz against the Patriots than we've seen this year? It felt that way. Brock told me it was that way, so I guess
I think
was assuming I was right.
Spoon said afterwards that he knew that he was going to be featured a little bit, that nickel pressure was going to be something, especially when it hit and affected him, I think, the first time around. And you saw, at least on replay, Mike, with TV, you could see Drake just, really feeling that in his eyes and his feet. I mean, he was just – so I think they said 5 or 6 different times you fired that blitz over the course of the game. That felt more than we have seen that blitz or that pressure. It's not even a blitz, that pressure than we had seen in any other game.
We called the one that we got that Chen had the pick. We called that twice, and we called another pressure twice, but it wasn't. It's all different. Those are all different plays.
Right. It's awesome.
But the guys did a great job. I mean, actually, some of them we didn't execute pretty well, and I was not very excited about those. Had to get calmed down. But it just shows we probably should have pressured Spoon more throughout the season. I mean, he's such a great blitzer. It's a great problem to have because it's like, well, do you want to send him? Do you want to send Nick? Do you want to send both? Do you want to send EJ up the middle? When you have guys on the perimeter there that can affect the quarterback, and the timing that Spoon has, like he has a feel for the game is pretty incredible. Then even the one that he got the sack, we kind of jacked that up a little bit, but he just kind of felt his way through.
Yeah.
I mean, that's stuff that you just can't teach that he's just so great at.
Even without watching the game tape, just a couple of the biggest keys as you looked at that 60 minutes, that body of work, and why you ultimately, just from a football standpoint, lifted the Lombardi Trophy.
Yeah,
what were a couple things that stand out.
The first thing, I mean, I know it's like a dumb answer, but it's like we didn't let the circumstance affect how we played and what we do as a team, really in all 3 phases. I felt like the guys were really poised, like they had confidence, but with urgency. Defensively, we didn't start the game out playing the run as good as we've had in some other games, but there was like no panic, and then we were able to get to some solutions and fixes pretty quickly, and then to be able to kind of get them in some of those second and long situations and maximize those. Now you're maximizing the opportunities where you can go rush and coverage, and that really helped us. Offensively, I thought New England did a great job of attacking the football, and we countered that with great like ball security like habits and how we finished plays. I never felt like the ball was really in jeopardy, and that's a credit to everybody, and then just how I think the run game of I got a couple other ones. The run game of like how it went along throughout the game is a tribute to like really what we've done all season, between like how we ran it with our backs, but also like how just the coaches getting to the runs that we need to be able to get to, without kind of messing around. Being decisive in that area was great, and then our special teams was absolutely dynamite. I mean, our coverage units, they have to be the best in the league. That punt returner is probably the best all time right now in terms of the stats. I mean, that's what I think it's the highest average of all time, punt return average. And the way we covered, the way Dicko kicked the ball or punted the ball, excuse me, it was just was tremendous. So all that field position stuff, talking about stacking plays, really helped really helped the team.
How about that last punt with the rush coming on and the line drive to the 5-yard line?
They're scheming it for 41 because he's such a great player, and I think he got loose at some point. And I don't know, I haven't seen the tape of how he did it or whatever, but you felt 41 coming off the right, and Dicko just, man, what a great punt off the left, away from the rush. I mean, there's a lot of great little cool things going on right there that it's like high powered stuff. It's great.
At what point did you know the details of the after party?
When I walked on the stage.
Did you know Ludacris? Did you have?
I know who Ludacris is.
Did you have
I didn't meet him.
Did you have any idea of the party that could unfold and did unfold ultimately afterwards?
No, I had no idea. I didn't even know where I was.
What will be your favorite memory from it?
From the after party?
Yeah. That you can repeat, I guess, on the radio.
It wasn't that crazy. I mean, I think it's cool to be up there and see everybody, but like, you can't see anybody. It's just like phones in the air, I think honestly, like all the people that were there with us, we were kind of like over there to the side, but just being able to pass, like, I think, the memory from that is really just to be able to share that moment with the trophy, with all the people that you like, all your loved ones. It's kind of like your wedding, but like with the Lombardi, and you're like, hey, like you want to hold it, here.
Well, and you attended a wedding this weekend. You didn't even know it. That guy got married literally during the halftime show. And
I saw that.
You guys were there, so it's kind of like it was a big wedding party.
Well played by that. I mean, did you have to?
Yeah, well played.
Yeah,
just invite.
That person had invited Bad Bunny to his wedding, and
that's how it happened.
Yeah, he's like, oh, actually, why don't you come? We'll do it at the Super Bowl. And
pretty cool.
Where do you like send the invite to?
Bad Bunny. I don't know. Yeah, management office.
North Pole, like Santa Claus.
Works. Shifting gears for a moment, what are you looking for in a new offensive coordinator?
Nice.
Yeah.
Got 5 minutes to go in the last show. Here we go.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think it's one of those things you're thinking about, because you realize what's going on with Clint, and so it enters your mind. But I think similar to like Clint's mentality over the last X amount of days, weeks, is like, look, we gotta go win the Super Bowl. We're gonna do everything we possibly can. Same things, like, okay, your mind goes out there. Okay, that's a cool thought. Okay, well, let's talk about what we're gonna do against 11 personnel. And so that's really where my mind's been. But like, we have great. I think a really important part of what we want to do is have continuity, and part of our vision here is that we want to have the Seattle Seahawks system that's going to evolve over time, and it's going to be our system, and ultimately we want to be a place where we can create an environment where people, if we do a great job, we do what we're supposed to do, we can create opportunities for our own people and keep growing our people. But that doesn't mean we're not going to augment our staff from people that are out there. I mean, we're always going to do that, but right now that's where my mind is.
When you came from Baltimore, you didn't bring a ton of people with you.
That's right.
Is there an unspoken agreement? Like, how do you know how many people can leave with Clint? Is there a conversation around that?
how many people are under contract.
Right. Well, what if they're getting promotions? If someone's doing how does that factor in?
Yeah, it's a tricky thing because there on one hand you want your people to have great opportunities and to grow their career, and that's a big part of what we want to be about. And we're also about creating the best possible team that we can have, and putting ourselves in position to be consistent and be great. And it's about us as an organization as well. And I'll tell you this about Clint: he's been phenomenal with the whole he is a team player through and through. He's incredibly he's just been great to work with, and so we'll work together on it, and I think we got a situation here where everybody can win.
What's the injury report going to look like this week? Do we have any?
Right now, it's positive.
Good.
How concerned
probable
were you?
for next year.
How concerned were you when the Nicky Manwari situation happened and he went down?
Dude, just not even concerned at all.
No, that's not true. I don't believe you.
Yeah, Nick deserves some chingage here, as they say, for some, It was interesting right there. So the guys have let him know that you can't be dying on the practice field and be back out there 2 days later.
He Roethlisbergered it? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know what that is, but maybe Nick's got a new term.
All right.
One day you're gonna really like this day.
Yeah.
That was so stinking cool.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I want to finish this up because I think there was a big misperception. There was something that went kind of viral that Mike Macdonald only sees his son for 20 minutes a day or something.
I don't know what you're talking about. What is that?
Yeah, because we've gotten to know you over the last couple of years, and just even that line to your son in that moment. One day you're going to really like this day.
Yeah.
How cool was that with Steph and him to have that moment too?
It was actually kind of funny. I've always thought of the dream was Drew Brees had his kid, and it was the kid looking at the confetti, and he's out there. So I was trying to find Steph and then Jack, and then, but I grab him and he's just pissed, he's crying about he's tired and
right.
It's late, and so I was like, well, that ain't happening, So I was like, let's try to find something that he's into, and so he dug the confetti and so he put, you didn't see that, but he kind of was walking around that area, just throwing the confetti in the air, and he was just super happy at that point, which was awesome. But
man, I'm having the image of you and Steph walking in here 2 years ago when you got hired.
Yeah.
And thinking, if I would have told you and Steph then, 24 months later, we're going to be sitting here on February 9th. And you're going to say to your son on the Super Bowl field, one day you're going to Yeah.
Unborn son.
Yeah. Can you imagine that script playing out over the last 2 years?
Look, man, God is great. He is great. I mean, that's
pretty phenomenal.
God is great, man.
She's really nice to you, at least on video. She's so nice. She's like, "Oh my God, you're amazing. You did." My wife's never.
Every
said
time I come home,
like that.
every time I come home, that's exactly.
Really?
No.
She didn't treat every time you come. That's how I imagine things. Mike comes home, she's like, "You did amazing today. You were amazing."
No. Believe this or not, that is that's Steph. I mean, she's remarkable. She's unbelievable.
It's a great counterbalance to idiots on the radio, criticizing your every move and all of that.
Yeah, thank you.
It must be nice. It was a pretty good road from, do you think Sam Darnold is going to be your starting quarterback this year, to the guy wins the Super Bowl just a couple of months later. So,
awesome.
Hey, jokes aside, congratulations.
Thanks. It's been fun this year, guys. Thanks, you guys are awesome.
Well, I just want to say I've learned a lot this year from talking to you and listening to you and trying to understand your system and your philosophies and how they work. Brock and I had done this with Pete for a really long time and learned a lot about football through him. And it's just been really cool, at least for me. I don't think I speak for Brock, but to just learn it a completely different way through you and your eyes and your lens and the way you view the game. And I think it's going to end up influencing a lot of people. Maybe not the national media, who still I don't think knows who plays for your team, but everybody else and the people who know ball and the people in the league. I think they're going to learn a lot from this. So congratulations.
Thanks. Honestly, appreciate you guys. It's been fun.
All right, we got to get out of here. Unfortunately, we could go another half hour. You don't have to talk to us again for a really long time.
It's kind of a bummer. It's John's turn now. He can go.
Are you going to? Do you go to Indy now?
I'll go. I won't be the whole time, but we'll be there.
Okay.
Yep.
32nd pick in the draft.
That's all. That sounds pretty good.
Doesn't that sound good? That sounds pretty good.
Yep.
All right. Thank you again. Congratulations. Enjoy the parade tomorrow.
Thank you.
Make sure you take it all in.
I won't look at the fans once. I'll be staring in the air looking for.
All right, Bumping Stacy up next.
All right.
Goodbye to Mike Macdonald. Congratulations to all the Seahawks fans. Brock, you know where the hay is.
Barn.
See you, everybody.
Title barn.
Get to the chopper!
Soak it in, Seattle.
3, 2, 1. The Seahawks win Super Bowl 60. They are bringing the Lombardi back to the Northwest.
Congratulations to your Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks.
We got the best team. 12 is 1. We never wavered, man. We believed in each other. We loved each other. And now we're world champions.
And this is where the champs play. The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Hi, I'm Lexi, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where we're all about you. Your style, your budget, your dream engagement ring. We'll take total care of you. First, come browse all the beautiful settings in our cases. Take your time and try on as many as you want. You'll know when you put your ring on. Your heart will skip a beat. Now, onto your center stone. We can look at different diamond shapes and sizes until we find the perfect match. Come visit us in store, because a friend wants you to get exactly what you want. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
It's the Super Smart Top Special at Olympic. Save on a new hot tub and get a free Smart Top cover worth $3,700. Super Smart Top Special savings will make you feel, well, super. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
When you jump on the back of a bull and the gate swings, there's no middle ground. You either ride it out with 8 seconds of pure adrenaline or hit the dirt and run. Bull riding is not just a sport, it's a gamble of guts and glory. Nothing else compares. This is the PBR Pendleton Whiskey Velocity Tour. See the best bull riders in the world face off at Busch Light PBR Everett at Angel of the Winds Arena this weekend. Ready to be cowboy? Get your tickets at Ticketmaster. It's bull time.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Stacy here. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, and when they resell it, they share half their profit with you. That's right.
Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, Isuzu, and Auburn. They'll pay you today for your car, and once they resell it, they'll share half their profit with you. WayscarFord.com.
The Seattle Seahawks are Super Bowl 60 champions. And now Wilson, the official football of the NFL, has released the limited edition Super Bowl 60 champions Duke Game Ball, exclusively available at BigTimeBats.com. This authentic 4-panel leather football features the Seahawks logo, bold Super Bowl champions lettering, the final score and date of the game, and the official Super Bowl 60 logo. Officially licensed, limited edition. Visit BigTimeBats.com and get the Seahawks Super Bowl 60 champions Duke Game Ball before they sell out.
Life's expensive enough, isn't it? Groceries, gas, kids' activities. Sometimes your roof needs replacing, but your budget says not now. Hi, I'm Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. We want to help with an offer to lift that weight off your shoulders. Get 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. Or save up to $3,000 on a new roof today. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com.
P&D Tree Service, experts in local tree removal. Their team works fast to remove problem trees in your yard and neighborhood. Have you ever seen a tree removed by a crane? P&D Tree Services specializes in close-quarter tree removal to minimize impact on your landscaping. 24-hour emergency service. Any job, big or small. Safe, efficient, and fast. P&D Tree Service turns multi-day jobs into a few hours, saving you time